Selenium is an open source framework widely used for automating web browsers. It provides a set of tools and libraries that allow developers and testers to interact with web applications in a programmatic manner. Selenium has gained immense popularity in the software testing industry due to its versatility, flexibility, and extensive support for multiple programming languages. Learning Selenium can be highly beneficial for individuals looking to enhance their software testing skills or streamline their web development processes. By mastering Selenium, you can write automated test scripts that mimic user interactions, such as clicking buttons, filling out forms, and navigating through web pages. Automated testing with Selenium saves time and effort, ensuring that the application behaves as expected across different browsers and platforms. In conclusion, learning Selenium empowers you to automate web testing, improve cross-browser compatibility, ensure platform compatibility, utilize various programming languages, integrate with testing frameworks, execute tests in a parallel, and benefit from a supportive community. These advantages make Selenium a valuable skill for software testers, developers, and quality assurance professionals in today's web-driven world. Let's now take a look at the agenda. We'll begin this session by introducing Selenium with Java. Then we'll cover the installation of Java. After done with that, we'll talk about object-oriented programming system concepts, 4 fundamentals of OOPS, what is abstraction, etc. Once done with that, we'll cover how to create properties files, automation in Selenium, reading data from Excel, as well as QTP versus Selenium. Once done with that, we'll deep dive into what are the web elements, hands-on project, and finally, we'll also discuss few important interview questions. I hope you guys are clear with the agenda. But before we begin with the session, I'd like to request you guys to enable both the subscribe button and bell icon so that you wouldn't miss out on multiple tech updates coming from our Intellipaat YouTube team. Alright, that being said, let's now get started with the first pointer of our agenda.
Selenium is an open source framework for automating web browsers. It is used for testing web applications, performing automation tasks, and scraping data from websites. It supports multiple programming languages including Java, Python, C#, and Ruby. Selenium consists of several components including Selenium WebDriver, Selenium Grid, and Selenium IDE. The Selenium WebDriver is used for automating browser interactions, and the Selenium Grid is used for parallel testing on multiple machines or browsers. The Selenium IDE is an integrated development environment for creating and running Selenium test cases. The key advantage of using Selenium is its ability to simulate real-world user interactions with web applications. This helps to identify potential issues and bugs in the application before they become a problem for end users. Selenium also supports multiple browsers, making it easier to test web applications on different platforms. This helps to ensure compatibility and reduce the risk of issues arising from differences between browsers. Another advantage of Selenium is its large and active community. This community provides support, documentation, and tutorials, making it easier for developers to get started with Selenium. Additionally, the open source nature of Selenium means that it is free to use and can be modified to meet specific requirements. In conclusion, Selenium is a valuable tool for automating browser interactions, testing web applications, and scraping data for websites. Its ability to support multiple programming languages, browsers, and its large community make it a popular choice for developers. Whether you are testing a small personal project or a large enterprise application, Selenium can help you get the job done quickly and effectively.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
This is Selenium with Java. Java part is a prerequisite. So we need to know the core Java part. Core Java in the sense not for coding, they're not for development. Only the concepts we should be clear with. in core Java what we use, for what purpose. That concept can be used for within this. So I hope you have all set up the environment for core Java. On this command prompt, this is the command prompt, okay? On this command prompt, in case if you have Java, it will show you the version. So to see the Java version, you type Java space hyphen, this minus sign, version. Enter. Java space hyphen version. Whichever version of Java you will have on your system, it will show. So as you can see, it shows me Java 1.8. Minimum this version is required to start with Selenium Java. In case if you have higher version Java 10, 11, 19, 18 also is fine. But minimum 1.8 is required. 1.8 is starting. If you have 1.7, you need to upgrade it. So if you have this version, then you are ready to continue working. You don't need to install Java. Got it? But instead of this line, if you see that Java is unrecognized commands, statements come here that indicates Java is not installed, right? Now you have to, if you don't have Java, you need to install Java browser. I would say download JDK. You need a complete kit of Java, not partial Java. A complete kit you need. So JDK 11. Once you search for this Java download, you get a couple of links, Oracle, but you have to register with them if you're going with those links. Okay. So easily, if I want to download something, I can just go to this site. You see TechSpot. This link, from this link, you can download immediately. Copy this URL on your chat as well. From here, based on your operating system, you can click, you'll get one exe file. Okay? Just you need to double click on exe file and complete. Installation will be just 3, 4, 5 screens. That's it. Let me just, I'll check if I have some steps of installation. I'll post it. You do accordingly. Well, so here the initial steps are how to, from where to download. Already download is over. The file is there in the form of exe file.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Selenium? And your options are a programming language, a web browser, a testing framework for web applications, or a database management system. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
This is the exe file which you will get it. You need to just double click on this exe file. It will start the installation window. Just click on next. Next, it takes the status complete, and then you'll have a close option that completes the installation. Once installation steps are done, you need to set that Java location in the environment variable as well. You have to set the Java path. Now, if you talk on my machine, Java is there on the C drive, program files. Here it gets installed by default in the program files. This is your JDK. This is the JDK which gets complete kit install. I open it. I open the bin also. And after the bin, whatever the path I get, this path, I click, this path you have to set in environment variable. How to set? I copy this path. You see on the left side, there is this PC or my computer, right, in the drives area. I right click on it, properties. The same instructions are maintained on the sheet as well, but I'm showing it now. How do you go to the path? Everything is given over here. And these are the screens which I have captured. Now, once you go to the properties, there is an option called Advanced System Setting, which is here on the right. You search on your screen. So I click on Advanced System Setting, and there you get a button called Environment Variable. Now, in the PPT, I have set the path in both the areas, like here also and here also, both the areas. Not needed. You can do only in the system variable area, the path setting. If you do in both the places also, it's fine. What I did is, first I created a new variable. I just went to new. gave here variable name as Java home. Java underscore home. It should be capital. And path which I copied, I pasted here. The path of Java and clicked OK. For me, it is not necessary right now because it's already there for me. So you can see here, this is the Java home. Now this variable name, I should set again in the path variable. Down you see path, you should add in this. How to add? Select and say edit. Don't delete anything from there. Now you have to add a new path here. How? By just clicking on new. Here you will come and add it. How to add? This is the syntax. Percentage open and close. Percentage sign open and close. Inside that, write your variable name as it is the case sensitive, whatever capital we have used. That's it. Click OK on all the screens. That is the setting of the path. Okay, is that clear? So now once Java setting is done, Java is installed. Now next part is you have to install Eclipse. So what is an Eclipse? Eclipse is an editor. Eclipse is an editor. Eclipse, or if you are having already existing an IntelliJ, you can work on this IntelliJ, because to write properly, create a project and write the program and run, we need the help of these editors. So as a starter, now for learning purpose, initially you can start with Eclipse. Later you can proceed with IntelliJ. So you have to install Eclipse. For installing Eclipse, I just go for download Eclipse. As you see, eclipse.org link, just select it. Once you download it, you'll get one exe file. Once you open the exe file, Eclipse installer will open. Over that, a lot of options. Okay, you said you have downloaded this one, Selenium ID C++. Okay, you check it if it is working. Use. But whoever are downloading now, installing now, go for this first option. Okay, because this first option gives you for development, Java IDs will be there, Git clients also will be there to you. Might be now you're not working with any Git clients. You have a Maven, Gradle integration, everything in this. In this case, you don't have Maven, anything, just for C++ development and Myelin integration it is. So we need all these options. So I would go for this first one, Java IDE for Eclipse IDE for Java developers, right? So I click and last you'll see the Java path also and say install. It takes few screens. Whichever screen you get, you accept it, accept the license. Okay, just say yes and you'll get finally the launch. Launch is for opening. It opens up and this window you see. Now this window is pointing to where will the Eclipse work will be saved. On Eclipse, surely we'll be creating some work, some projects and some details, right? So that has to be saved. Where it gets saved? In this location by default. This location is nothing but a folder in the form of folder there in the backend on a C drive users folder. The folder name for Eclipse is called as a workspace. If you don't have sufficient space in this location, you can surely browse and store somewhere else also. I'm keeping this as a default location. I'm taking the workspace location also for saving the project information. Then you go next, you'll see this kind of screen, welcome screen. I can click on close this welcome screen. This is the layout. Here you see quite number of windows like our task list, outline. So I don't need them right now. I close them all. Even the below windows also, you close it. Later, whenever you need, you can get it then back from the Windows option of Eclipse. On top, you see beside help Windows. From here, you go to show view, you will find everything there. So after closing these windows, This is the layout which we need finally. So everyone have the Eclipse, and once you open the Eclipse, see, I'm opening the Eclipse right now. This is the window which it shows me, workspace location. I keep it default. I'd say launch. So if you want to remove Eclipse, you cannot go to control panel and say uninstall. This is not a software. It is just a plugin. It gets added. If you ever want to remove the Eclipse in future, you have to go to your C drive, because Eclipse is stored on your C drive, users folder, go to your user. See, here you have Eclipse. Here, this file you have to remove. Eclipse, already Maven is there with my Eclipse, right? So this or .m2, .p2, these folders you have to remove. Just delete them. Once I delete them, Eclipse will be, that's kind of removing the Eclipse from your machine. Then you can again install the Eclipse. So this is the dashboard of my Eclipse right now. Okay, so you can see some couple of things are available under this package explorer. So never mind, there are some of the projects, you can ignore them. We will create our new project. Now first step is, let me create a project. Okay. To create a project, you might be having their link for creating Java project. As already I started my work, I don't see any more links now. I go to file option. From there, I need a Java project. So select Java project. And here I would mention the project name. I would give the project name. So project name, I say Intel New. Intel New is the project name I gave. Where is it stored? In the default location. Just check. If you have no space, you can uncheck and browse some other path. So I keep the default only. Then JRE is required for every project, because we are working with core Java. JRE files. JRE is a part of Java. These jar files are helpful for setting up the environment for writing the Java program. If you say Java program, whatever you bring from Java, it should be recognized. For that, these JRE files are helpful. So JRE is a part of your JDK. So Java runtime environment, these are called, and which helps in setting the right environment for your files or programs to write. So we will be taking, you have couple of options here. So as we are taking the Java from our machine, okay, from our machine, the one, whichever Java you install, maybe Java 11, 19, 18, okay, I use this second option, project specific JRE. This option is to select the Java which you install on your computer. So you may find here Java. As you click, you may find here JDK of your version. Just select it. Got it? And nothing to set over here. Just keep default. And one more thing, guys, you may have here module info. If you have any option called module info down, a checkbox called module info. If you have anything called module info, uncheck it. We don't need any module info. See, here you need JRE only, but JRE is coming from where? Inside this JDK formula. If it is showing JRE directly, select the JRE. All the down things, whatever you have, everything should be unchecked. That's it. You click on finish. So one project will be created for you. Okay, so this is my project. I can expand the project. Inside the project, you'll see here, yes, JRE is there. These are the, inside this, you have a lot of Java files, which are helpful for writing the program of Java. Okay, and this is a SRC folder, which is empty right now. In this folder, we start working on our project. Okay, so as you have some projects, you want to write some code for it. You can't write directly into the project like that. You should be kept in, see, project can be divided into modules, sub-modules, right? Under each module, you'll have all the detailed information. If I say banking module on my application, all the bank related information will be under that module. If I say sales module, sales categories things will be there, right? Similarly, here also your project, my project name is Intel New. This project, if you want more modules in this project, you can create inside SRC. Multiple modules you can create. But I don't call them as modules here. We call them as package. Package is same like module it is. It keeps a collection. It's a collection. Okay, so you can create multiple packages under SRC. Just select SRC, right click, new, and there you see a package option. Package. So within your project under SRC, I'm creating a package. I say sales package. Package name sales. Keep a note, don't select this checkbox of create package info. Keep it unchecked. Okay, sales I gave, finish. One package is ready. In this package, I can create my Java programs now. You want one more package, same steps repeating. So SRC, right click, new, and the package name. Finish. Multiple packages can be created. Okay. Now how to create a Java class? Select one package, right click, new, and the class. It shows you all the details hierarchy, project information, within that a package, within the package a new class. Now class name I give as demo. We always name the class with capital letter starting, followed by smaller case. This is called as a naming standard, we say. So this is my class name. So if you want to add one more word, you can't add space, but I can say like this, Java P capital again, Java program. This class will be kept public by default. And if I want to execute this program, I should have public static void main. Public static void main, I selected it, finish. So one Java class, empty class will be created for you. Program will be saved with an extension .java. So here your class is saved with an extension as .java. And the template of this class also will be visible for you on the right side, where you can start writing code directly now. So inside this, I can write now the code. Now, see, that way we can see there is a time constraint. We cannot spend time on learning Java in this case. So you all will be shared with the self-paced recordings of Java tutorial. You have to go through it and start practicing learning the concepts from there. But some things I can help you in before starting the Selenium. Today and tomorrow we will work with few concepts of Java. But apart from this, you have to go through those recordings or some other inputs you have from somewhere else. If you get, you have to check these Java concepts. That's clear? Now here you see, this is my class name. These are called keywords. This purple color, these are the keywords of Java, which I cannot use for naming the program, naming the project. No. These are the reserved keywords of Java, meant for Java only. So my class name is this, and these curly brackets indicate the scope, means the boundaries of the class. Outside this boundary, this curly bracket, I should not write anything. It won't be a part of a class. It will throw an error if you type anything. So inside this class, I have a public static void main. This is a statement. This is called actually a method. Main is the name of it. Main method we call. This is the method which runs the program. If you don't have main method, program will not execute. Got it? Inside this main method, there is some line commented. These forward slashes are commented. This will not be included in the run execution. So in this statement, I can write some some statements to print. Now, how to print? You don't need to write any logic. Java has set of classes and methods which can do the printing statement for you. Okay, so to print some statement, I'll use a class called system. Java is a case-sensitive programming language. Every capital has a meaning. In Java, I said when you're naming the class, your own class also, I say start with capital. Same rules are followed by Java software as well. In Java, there are when you install the Java to your machine. So with that installation, what happens? Actual installation means it will bring a lot of information from that software into your computer, which you can use it. Similarly, Java is bringing a lot of classes, methods, variables into your machine, and they got already added in the form of JREs. Okay, these JREs, all this will help you to write the program. So I want one class. Java also has internally a lot of classes, I said, right? You want to take help of those classes to print a message. So system is one of the class where S is capital. It's a class of Java. As I place a dot, you will find all information coming under system. So you see, how is it system? Each line, the last is called as a system. The last things are always the class. Okay, last thing, system, system, system everywhere. These all are the class names. Means all this information, what is listed out here, they belong to the system class. Now, what is it? The first words, if you observe, ERR, in, out, then array copy, clear property, console, these all things belong to system. So I can use any of this right now because I'm working under system. So they are available under system. So I can click and bring anything. We should understand which is required for us. As our goal is right now to print a statement, to print some words, lines, we need to take help of this out. Out is a field. Field means a variable. These are the three variables, ERR, in, out. In is for reading some input into your program. Out is for displaying some details out of your program during execution time. But what are the down things? Down things all are called as methods, predefined methods. Methods means it has some logic within. Fields are for storing some value. Methods are for executing some logic. Now, how I say this is a method? Because methods will always accompany with simple brackets. See here, everywhere you have simple bracket, open, close. Yes, but this method don't have any input. This method has some input, string type. String is a data type, a class in Java. Here you have some inputs, multiple inputs are there. So method, if as I say method, they'll have simple brackets. Variables or fields don't have any bracket. Then you see colon. Everywhere colon is there. Here also colon is there. Here also colon is there. After colon, something is written. Means that is the output of that method. Once this method is executed, it will give this output, string output. Here console output, here long output, void output. Void means method is not giving anything. When method gives nothing, I should write it as a void. When method is giving something, what is the type? Long type. Long is a data type. Integer, long value. Okay, these all are the basics of Java, data types, variables, methods, all this. Okay, you have to just have a look into that part also. Now, right now, our need is to print some statement. Out is a field. Just I double click and out is giving what output here? Print stream. Here it is giving input stream. So what are these input stream, print stream? these are also some predefined classes in Java. They also belong to Java only. This is a class. These are data types. Okay. Class, what is the role of this print stream class? It, whatever you say out, it will print all those stream of characters one by one on your output. Okay. This is also predefined class. You see P is capital. Got it? Here also string is a class. S is capital. Console is a class. Long is not capital. L. It's a data type. So I want this field. You can see also the meaning. Everything. I select it, just double click, outcomes. Then I put a dot because I want to see couple of methods all coming from print stream, because output of this out is print stream. So when I place a dot, I get all information from print stream class now. So from this print stream, what is my exact role? To print something on a new line. I want a new line. ln is for the new line. What you want to print, give it as an input. So words I want to print, give in double quotations, because you have many words, characters, spaces, and every statement should be terminated with semicolon. So this is the line which helps to print this message. And good to run. Right click, run as Java application. This is your output. You can see a console window will be there on your screen. And the output of that is here. Now you can add as many lines you want. I need no, see, Eclipse has a shortcut also for creating this statement. So you can print SYSOUT, sys out, and give control space. Control space. It completes. It done. Space, a number to print. Numbers should not be given in double quoted. They are not strings, they're pure numbers. So if I want to run, I can run from here as well. Shortcut is there on top to run also on the menu list of Eclipse. This is your output. This is to print a statement on the console. Console is a part of your Eclipse. If I don't have main method, I'm commenting it. Comment, I selected this block and control /. Comment and uncomment is the same instruction, control /. After commenting, if I try to run the program, I don't see an option of Java application. Earlier I could see. Why? Because right now you don't have public static void main in your program active. If you don't have main method, I told you, you can't run the program. That's this. Class is there. It is empty right now. But there is no main method. Main method is the correct origin of execution. If you don't have main method, you can't run the program. Because who runs the program? JVM, Java Virtual Machine, which you got with your Java installation, will run the program. As you don't have main method, JVM will not see the main method and will not run. So main method is very important if you want to really execute your class. Whatever you write in the main method is only executed, nothing else. Any questions, team? But you have to learn some things like, see, this is a main method, right? So what I can write inside the class, I should have main method. After the main method, what all else things I can write? I can declare some variables. I can add, see now anything you can't write what we like here in the class, it's syntax error, it's showing an error. Let me comment it. Multi-line commenting also you can do. Asterisk starting and ending with asterisk / is multi-line commenting. So variable is one of the things you can add in your program, multiple variables. Also, you can create user-defined, keep sometimes constructors also. Otherwise, constructor will come directly for object creation. Okay. One main method is there. Main method is helpful for running the program, run the program, and so object is created in main method. We say Java is an object-oriented programming language. Objects are created in main method with the help of this constructor. Here object gets created. With this object inside main method, I can call variables and these methods, user-defined methods. What is the use of variable? These are optional things, variable, user-defined, everything. But surely we need to have some logic, so we need them. So variables is to store. To add two numbers means I should keep somewhere the numbers in memory and call for operations, right? So if I want to store some data, I can use variables. Now, whatever the data you have here in the user defined method, we write a logic. Logic in the sense, if I have x is equal to 9, y is equal to 5. So I should take these two numbers and add. So here comes the logic. Like I say, x plus y, right? You're doing a calculation here. Whatever the result you get, surely I'll save it to another variable. So this res, this x and y are what? They are variables to store some data. So this is the logic, how to do a calculation, right? And if you want to, whatever variables I gave here, x is equal to 9. If I say just y, no data to it. So I can give the value for y in constructors, initialize data to variables. Sometimes if you want to initialize data to variables, you can take help of constructors or directly provide it. So this way, a lot of methods you can create. One for addition, subtraction, division, log in, log out, upload, download, and write your logic in that. And for execution, this method should be in the main method. How will you call it? With object, you have to call it. Let us do a short example on this and you'll get to know. I'm creating a new class, a class name calculator. I need main method for execution, main method. So within your class, I need one method for addition. So how you write a method? If I want a method to be public, it's a public method. It means you'll be able to call that method throughout your project, anywhere, any package, any class, from anywhere you will be able to access that method. So it is public. If you don't keep public, you will not be able to access it. It will be available only in this package locally. So public, I should say void. Void means that method will not return anything. Okay, so I keep it void. That's a return type. Then comes the method name, addition, smaller case, add, simple bracket, and the body for the method, implementation part. This is the syntax of method. Public is not mandatory. If you want to add access modifiers, these are called access modifiers, I can keep public. Return type, method name, this is all compulsory. So I said here, add method will not return anything. It's not taking anything, no input also, and no output. You write a logic. You want to add two numbers, take variables now. X 77. You can't write your variables in this way, actually. You should mention what type of data is there in that variable. You have a concept called data types in Java. Data types means the type of data stored in the variable. Okay, so for storing all the numbers, you have a data type called int long. This is what widely we use. Short also is there, but we don't use that short anywhere in the projects. We use integer and long. Now to know more about that, just search data types in Java on the Google. You'll have a lot of information there from different information here for data types. You can just check. You have Java variables, data types, setting the path, programs, of Java, history of Java, and you have control statements. These all things you have to go through it, okay? If else statement, switch case, for loop. So these are the different data types you have. Boolean for storing true false value only, byte a small integer value, then a character to store a char input, short a numerical number, okay, of 2 bytes, integer for numerical number for 4 bytes, then a bigger than that is a long, float and double are for storing decimal numbers. So this is the complete hierarchy. And you see each data type is taking how much byte, what is the default values. L means for long. If you give just a number, that becomes as integer. Float data, if you want to pass, decimal with F you have to give to differentiate that it is whether a float or a double. D for double we save, but it is optional. If you don't give D, it will take as double only by default. So difference between them, see the memory. 4 bytes, here 8 bytes. For integer, 4 and here 8 bytes. Got it? So I'll be taking the help of these data types right now for declaring my data. So as in here, I have 2 numbers. You want to mention what type of data this is. I need to say int. I say integer type. Here also int. Variable need to be first declared and then initialized with the new value 55. Now here in Y, you can keep only the numbers, not characters, no strings are allowed because the type is integer. Okay, now let's use this information where in the method logic, I'm going to add x plus y. And whatever the result I get out of it here, I'll keep it into a variable. And this variable I have not declared like this. As I add 2 numbers, surely output also will be a number. So I can keep this to also integer. The answer is in RES. If I want to print it here, I can say system out. Inside this, printing is nowhere related to return type. Out of our interest, we are printing out. If I don't add this line, nothing will happen. It will do internally calculation and be quiet. If I want to say print me, it will print. Void method is not compulsory returning anything here. It is void only. Now if I run the program, this particular class with Java application, you see in the save and launch. In the console, you will not have any result. Why? Because main method started. Inside main method, nothing is there to run. But we want add to be executed, right? So as we say that you need to call it with object. Anything to call inside main method should happen with object. As this information belongs to this class, you should first create object for class. Then with that object, you are allowed to call everything. Now how to create object? Take the class name. Where to create? Inside main method. Class name, object name, something you keep. You need to allocate a memory for that object and here class with simple bracket. This is the constructor. This is the constructor. Constructor, I told you, constructor is helpful for initialization and object creation. So whenever you write constructor, it will always be matching with class name and structure will be like method, simple brackets. So this object C is created with the help of constructor. Got it? Now this C is good enough. Dot C dot. You will find all the information written in your class. Heat calculator is my class. I can see X, Y, add, and also main method. And these all are objects. Object is a superclass of Java. So object is a parent to everything. So you don't need to work with this object right now, only work with your class. So I want add method, just double click. And now you run it. Now as add method is called, during runtime, it sees add to be executed and does 133, right? So what is happening? First, your Java virtual machine, sorry, JVM, will see, do you have main method? Yes. Then start executing this. First object is created, then you're calling add. That time it will see, is there anyone add in the program? Yes, found. Then execute this code, print out this result on the console, come back to the calling point. If after this, if anything else is called, then it will check again, do you have X, do you have Y if you want, and print their values. This is how execution happens. Okay, but 132, I don't understand what is this. You want a meaningful message to it, right? You can add some messages to this variable. As messages, double quotation, string there, join with this variable. This is concat operator, joiner. Here I say the add is addition. Now if you want as many methods, you keep on adding. The process is the same, but make sure method name should be unique. Variable name should be unique. I can't keep same method name. You change it. Subtract, division, and whatever logic you change accordingly and call it for execution. Done, and this is printing. So for execution, you can say C dot. You see from your class, subtract is here. If you want to print X and Y value, you can also print it. Run as. You can see those two numbers are taken during calculation and display the respective values. So it's not memorizing. This is the way how to create a method. This at least you should remember. What is your internal logic? What you want to do? It's again, everything is a client requirement, right? As client wants, how the addition does. Might client to tell you or you know it how to do. So accordingly, you want to print it or just keep it. It's according to the plan done on the project. How to create object? This you know in Java. Class name, object name, new and the constructor. And how to call you know. So practice is important. Okay. So this is what variables and methods you can create object creation in your class and call them. You know, if you want to print these values of variables as well, you can do here, you know, C dot, because that belongs to the class. You can see X, but X is giving integer. If you observe the add method, is returning void. Void means nothing. Okay, but X is giving integer. So whenever there is a return type of any data type, it's compulsory. You must store that returned value to another variable declared. Means X value returning integer is in A right now. And I can print. Then you get a question, why not for add? Because add is returning, add method is returning void, nothing. So what I can store in nothing in a variable, right? There's no point. So whenever, if in case your method is also returning, that you can use a variable to store it. Now, if you don't want to use this third variable for storing X, in such cases, in printout statement itself, I can call C.X. Example, why I'll do that. System out. Within this method, C.Y value. So whatever Y value is returned is immediately printed out. No need to catch it or hold it. It will print out. Want a message to that? You can concat. Here also I can add a concatenation value of Y. Accordingly, it will print. One more point, like as you have the variables here, if you want to declare some variables inside this method, also you can do. Like same variable name. See, if I take same variable name in the class, it is an error. Error is duplicating. See here, X is duplicated. I can't take integer X anymore. Okay, let me take char. No, that is also not allowed. That is also not allowed because names are same. Only you should have unique names. But can I take integer X inside the method? Yes. 7 value I took. So this X and this X are different. This is a class level, means the area, the scope of this class is the entire program. Everywhere that 77 will be available. This x7 is only inside this method. Outside the method, there is no 7x. Got it? This is kind of a local variable, local to the method. So in such cases, what happens is if I have outside instance variable or global variable, and here inside this I have a local variable, both names are same x. Then for calculation, which x will be taken? Obviously local. Your own variable, it will prefer first. If you don't have this own variable, then it will take from the class. So in this case, x will be 7 and y will be from your instance variable. 77, okay, addition is 62 now, 55 plus 7. Subtract also. Now subtract will don't have any local variable for its own. So it will take 77 minus 55. This is local variable and second one is a instance variable or global variable we call. And here when you're trying to print x and y value, now this x will never come because the life of this x is only in this method. It will never come in the class anymore. So obviously it will take the x and y which are global. So printing out there, x value is 77 and y value. Is this part clear, team? Now for practicing, you can add more methods with different unique names and keep adding. Okay. Now, if I want to keep some output of this method, now subtract is also returning void. Now, after calculation, whatever the number you get, if I want to return this number from this method, so what I can do, instead of void, add this data type over here. Now the method became return type with return type. Immediately, as I add some data type returning here, the method will have red line which says return statement. When I click, you'll find one return keyword and what it is returning, the final answer stored in that variable will return. This print is your option. If you keep or not, it's okay. But compulsory when method is returning some data type, return statement will be there. For void, you will not have return statement. Got it? In such cases, how will you call this method? Yes, method is here. See, sub method is returning integer. That returned value I must store into a variable as it is written int. I say yes. Now here I'll print that returned value. See that 22 is printed twice. Subtraction result. Why? In this case, when it call the subtract method, that time JVM will see the subtract method, get all your variables. You said print out, this print statement, it's here. Then you say return, that returned value will come to S. And with S again you're printing out this 22. If you don't have this line, it will get only the returned value. You can add some messages to it and print it. So in the class, nothing other than this you can add. Within the class, you can keep variables, methods, user-defined methods, main method. And any printing you want, you should do inside your user-defined methods or main method only. In the class, you can't put directly. Variable means just the reference names, that's it. Any names you can give, but meaningful. So these methods, not only in this class I can call these methods anywhere in my project. Maybe in sales you want to call them. I want to call add and subtract output in the sales program. Okay, then you have to create one class over there who calls them. So in the sales, I'm creating a class, say sample is my class name with main method to run. Keep here and just drag it. So the information, the logic is present in another class in bank package, and I'm planning to call it in the different sales package. How do I call? As these methods belong to this class calculator, first you should create object for calculator in your sample class main method. Keep object name anything you can keep. New You see a red line to it. Why? Because you're accessing something outside of your package, outside of that. So you need a permission for it. So you see a permission like import form. Import calculator class from bank package. Okay, import them. You got imported. Now they are allowed. Now you're good to call with the object, method and sub method. Now you can see add and sub. Why? Because they are public. That is called. Okay, if I remove this public word from subtract, now see, C dot, only add is there. There is no public. It's not visible. Means it is not accessible now. Because it is not no public. No public means default. Public, you'll be able to see that method for accessing. So see, this subtract is returning some number, right? Some result, which I kept in a variable. If you don't want this variable to be used, also I can call in this way. Subtract. Whatever the number it is returning will be printed out here. Finds in that class add method. It does all this calculation, printed out. Then subtract you're calling comes here. It is printing this line, and also the returned value is again printed. The returned value is again printed. So this way, once you write the logic any number of times, any place, any times, anywhere in your project, you can call them with object of that class. So let me just show you the module introduction about Selenium that we'll see later. So this is all configurations, how you set property and create a class. Okay, all this. So under core Java, data types, variables, classes, objects, constructor, string class. When I'll be using any comparison, that time you can see string class also. But from your side, just go and refer this topic also, string classes. Operators means any plus, minus, division, greater than, less than, all operators you can use. Decision making is like if else condition. Like this. You have a if block. This is the statement of execution. If this condition is true, else you have the other block of code. See, these concepts, what we are checking here right now, they are the same in every programming languages. You might have gone through or come across any other programming languages in the past. C, C++, .NET, Python, anything you might have come across. Every programming language, the concept is the same. If statements are used everywhere. Only might be the syntax might be little changing. That's it. Okay. So what happens, how the if else works to check a condition. Like if this condition is true, run this block. Else run the other set of code. If that kind of requirement, if you have, then I have to go with if else. And I showed you earlier also, you have a lot of examples to work with the if else statement. When you search for Java if else, it is not loading, you'll find a lot of examples. So I want you to just refer them, practice them on your environment. Okay, so that you're good with it. So, but a sample example to show you. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to write the code inside the main method directly. Why? Because this is not the right way to write, because I don't want every time to create object, call that method, right? So I can write inside the main method, it runs directly. Otherwise, it's recommended to create a method and then call with an object in the main method. Suppose I have a variable, age. Age is a variable having a number 88. Now I want to check, is this person eligible for voting or not? So I have to condition. Age is greater than 18, eligible, lesser than 18, not eligible. So how do I write it? If condition block of code. Then followed by else. If else is optional, I'll write first if only. If the variable, this is a variable having some data. So you're checking that data. If that data in this variable is greater than or equal to 18. I say print. And after this, I'll write a general statement in your main method only, a simple line, the normal statement. Now, if I print, execute it, variable is printing, and then comes out of the if and prints this line and stops. What if the age is 8? Tax-wise, compilation is perfect. Compilation in the sense it verifies the code. Now, it condition is not true. It will not execute this block. It goes ahead and sees the other statement and stops. Means this block is skipped. But in such condition, you want to print a message, but condition is false. I can put here not if else, only one block executes, either if or else. This and then the remaining statements and stops the program. Okay, inside this condition, you want to check something else. You can write multiple if also. See, 88 I kept so that it gets into this block. You print eligible, and I want to do one more check. If whether your age is lesser than 100. You're greater than 88, we understood, but check whether you're lesser than 100. So I print here eligible and with care. I say, take care to reach the voting pool. Okay. And now let me print. Else for voting and take care of himself. You're getting what? Eligible. As is 80, as this number is less than 100, it comes to wait, lesser than 100. Okay, it's greater than 100. Eligible for voting, but with care. Why it's coming? 88 is not greater than 100. It's come to the independent. Yeah, that's correct, no? It's working correctly. 88 is not greater than 100. It's coming your independent. But what if I put as 188? That time you're eligible for voting, but with care. Got it? So this is how you can to check something, but you may get a question why we are learning this, where will I use it? Not for printing this kind of messages. In future, going in Selenium, in all these places, I'll fill the Selenium automation. The structure will be used like this, but the internal content will be of Selenium. I may be working with website. I want to verify the title. If title is correct, continue the testing. Test its features like login, log out, upload, download, all those. If URL is wrong, do some action. If title is wrong, do some action. In such cases, I can use this if else. Right now, to understand the concept, I'm seeing the syntax, how to write and how it behaves. That's clear to you? Then you have something called looping. Looping means repetition. You have some numbers and you want to keep repeating that block of code multiple times. So in this looping, you have, okay, this data types is over. These are all operators you can use. In that looping, you have for loop, while loop, do while loop, okay, enhance for loop. All the loops work in the same manner. Now, what is the loop? The loop syntax is this way. For, now you want to check if I have a number, integer I, num is a variable having value 4. Variable having value 4. I want to print this number for 5 times something. Then repeat printing for 5 times. Here I take an integer always. Take a variable, any variable. You start with 1 because you want to print 5 times means 1, 2, 3, 4 times to count. Then stop at 5. When I reaches less than or equal to 5, stop. Otherwise, keep moving, increasing the I. This is a condition. Initial value, condition, and iteration. Plus means increase value of I by 1. Minus means decrease the value of by 1. What to be done here? I want to print the value of num. 4 is printing for 5 times, repeating every time I is 1. It comes here. Check the condition. 1 is less than 5. Yes. Print the value of 5. Before repeating, it will increase the value of I by 1. Means I is now 6. 6 less than, 2. Is 2 less than 5? Yes. Then again execute this block. Print 4. Then increase I by 1. 3. Is 3 less than 5? Yes. Execute this block. This way goes on up till I is 5. 5 is equal to 5. Yes. Print it. I will become 6. Then 6 is less than 5? No. That time it will not get into the block. It comes out of the block, does the remaining work and stop. Okay. This is a looping. Now whether you can print n or do some other calculation, it's left to the job requirement. So for loop is this way, and we use widely for loop and enhance for loop. While and do while are the concepts. Now what I do is I want you to for tomorrow check with this looping concept. Here you have somewhere loops. See a loop, while loop, do while loop. Okay. You don't need to go that advanced like break, continue, but have a check, go through it. Continue means continue, break means come out of the loop. Switch case, I'll take if else. So I want you to go through this. You'll see a syntax, while loop. While means do while it is, no? First do the task and then check the condition.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
So object-oriented programming concepts. So these all comes under the OOPS category. Any programming technology, when you say OOPS concept following means they'll have inheritance implementing. They can also work with polymorphism, abstraction, encapsulation. Now these concepts we may use in the project in our framework. Okay, but what is the meaning of these words? When you say I'm using polymorphism, what exactly is, what happens if I implement it, use it? We'll see that. I'm going to start create one file. Under the OOPS concept, the first one we will start with the abstraction. What is abstraction? Abstraction is a way where you no need to write the body for your method. You know, whenever you create a class, you need some methods to write the logic. And sometimes you don't want to write the implementation, the coding part. Just to declare the method and leave it. In such cases, you need abstraction. When you want to just define your method and leave it, there you need abstraction. Now let's see in which cases, in which scenario you will find one abstraction. We'll take one example. For example, say that you want to start up a new bank. Okay, you want to start up a new bank. My bank name is ABC Bank. That won't happen just like that. I need to take some permissions, right? I need to follow some protocols set by a body, regulatory body, that is RBI. RBI, see, no customer go to RBI and open account and work there or get the services from there. RBI is just a regulatory body which controls all the other banks. So RBI has set some rules for all the banks to follow, which compulsory everyone will follow it. Now RBI has a rule that every bank should have an account creation procedure, and also how to go for an account process is already defined, is written a body. Account is a method, In that, some logic is already written. This is the way everyone should, for every bank should follow for account process. Similarly, you have multiple methods, functionalities in a bank, different schemes are there and everything. Assume that I have one more method of interest. The rate of interest is not decided by RBI. So it gives that flexibility. Let each bank decide their own rate of interest. We hear that maybe if I'm going with an HDFC bank, I see the rate of interest is something 9%. If I go with this ABC bank, maybe rate of interest is 6%. So this way, the rate of interest is changing, but in every bank, you have a process of account creation, loans, interest, everything. Why you see the common features in every bank? Because it is set by RBI. Okay, it is set by RBI, which every bank should follow. But at the same point of time, the rate of interest percentage is changing, means this flexibility is given to each individual bank by the RBI. Why? Yes, there is a method, interest should be there, but should be the code for this interest method is not written, just declaration here. Now, what should be the rate of interest is defined in its own class. Here you define what should be the interest, maybe 6% you are blocking it. Similarly, HDFC will take the same method and write its own implementation to 9%. Means the bank is, each individual bank is writing its own definition, but declaration is kept in the RBI. So, but this feature is not allowed generally in Java. You cannot keep just a method without body. It's an error. That time this abstraction will be used over here. This method, I can make it as an abstract method. I can make an abstract. Abstract itself understood that the method don't have a body, only declaration. Later they will write the implementation for this method by other classes. When you have a method with body, you don't add abstract. Okay, only methods without implementation, without code, without body, you can make abstract. This is the abstraction concept. Got it? Now we will implement the same example. Now I'll take one class called RBI and two methods I'll keep in it. Here is a class. If you want, I can include a main method. Now in this RBI, account is one method, right? So I keep it account. You want to access this method publicly, I can make it public. Return type void. We discussed yesterday the method syntax void and method name is account. We keep smaller case method starting, capital starting with for class. And this method need to have the scope. This is the method scope, right? Now, what is the process of account creation? Say, I'll not write much here. I'll just say account created. Account created. This is a block. Now, if I want to use this method, you know that I can create object within the main method, new of the class constructor. And with this R, you can see your above method account coming from RBI. And if I execute it, you can see run as, and as an output on the console, you'll find that account created is an output. So that is executing. Now RBI want to add some more methods as per this list, interest method. So you want to keep that method as well public, so that every class in the project can access it with object, public void method, and he don't want to write any body. If you write body, even though you don't write anything, but structure is important. If I don't put curly brackets, it is an error. Okay, I terminate it here, semicolon. Then too it is an error. It says that what? The method requires body instead of semicolon. The solution fixes are add a body or make this interest method from RBI to abstract. It should have body, either make abstract. Got it? So if I click on abstract, abstract keyword gets added, or you can type it. So public, as you click on that abstract, it gets added over here. Public, abstract, void, interest. Now, along with this, I have one more error. That error is for the class. It says that interest method in this RBI class can only be defined by abstract classes. In the sense, if you want to keep, even though one method is abstract, this is non-abstract method because body is there. This is abstract method. So if you want to, if you have at least one method in the class abstract method, compulsory, your class also must be abstracted. RBI also should be abstracted. If you don't want to make your class abstract, remove that keyword abstract from the method and put body. Getting? Same error is here to the RBI. RBI must be abstract class to keep that interest abstract method. To keep this method, even class should be abstracted. Okay, let me make class abstract. Fine. Once class is abstracted, here comes to the problem to the object creation. It says cannot be instantiated. Means you can't create object for abstract classes, never. So non-abstract classes, you can create object, not for abstract class. So if I don't keep object, without object R, you can't call any method. So this is not also possible. Then you get a question, code is okay now. Then you get a question, if I can't create object, then what is the use of this method? How will I access this method, right? Because I can't access this method unless object is there. And object is not at all created for this abstract classes. So how do I access it? Using inheritance concept, you can do that. Using this concept inheritance, I can access the information from abstract classes. Inheritance in the sense, one class is a direct child of that class. Parent and child relation. Got it? Now abstraction means this one. How you achieve abstraction? When any method is just declared without implementation, then it becomes abstract method. Soon that makes your class also abstract. And that won't allow you to create any object future. Now this block is not at all needed. Main method is no need at all in abstract class because there's no way to run. Can I call this abstract class in some other class? You can try. Like, let me create this ABC bank. Another class having its own main method. This is a simple class. These are the two classes which we have. There are two independent classes right now. Okay, these are two independent classes. Now, if I want to access this information over here, normally what we do, we create object for RBI in this class. Of RBI. Now here also it is throwing a same error, cannot create instance. So nowhere in the project you can create object for this abstract class. Everywhere the same problem you get. You can't create objects. Got it? Then what is the solution? I can access this data from this class using inheritance. Inheritance in the sense, this class ABC should be a child of this RBI. Now how to become parent child? Copy the parent name, go to the child, this class, use a keyword extends and the parent name. Now they both became parent child. As they became parent child, the child class is complete data from the parent. Everything will come now to the child. So everything will come to the child in the sense I can create a child object and access parent data. You no need parent object now. But there is an error at the child class. What is it? It says that the child must implement, means must write code for the inherited abstract method interest coming from RBI. Means parent is giving one incomplete task to the child. So it's child responsibility to complete it. So which is that incomplete task? Interest method, don't have body. So that should be completed compulsory by the child, or at least he should accept it. So there is a fixed down, add unimplemented method. As you click, this method definition will come just as it is, but with the keyword at override. At override meaning is whatever code will be here, it will come up during execution time. It will replace this method. So public, now no abstract because you're ready to write the body. Even though you don't write anything, but the presence of this method in child should be there. So presence of method in the sense, child has just accepted this method to work on. Maybe not completed yet, that's okay. But method should be accepted. Okay, at override. Now here you whatever the block of code, the each individual bank will decide, that is the final for all those customers. All those customers in the sense, now who are the customers of ABC? How you get the customers? I need to create object for this ABC bank. When you create object for ABC means all this A is one of the customers. Okay, I say C1, customer 1. Now customer 1 want interest, also want to know and also want to create an account. So you want to create an account means ABC on its own, they don't write any code of account creation. It got it from the RBI parent. So you can see here, account is there, but coming from parent. So child can access anything from parent and or also can write his own code. So account will come from RBI and C1 dot, you see interest is coming from its own bank, its own class interest. When you run this class, you are able to run because this is a normal class. Main method is there, account created and 6%. This is how you can achieve abstraction and implement it also. Same way you have HDFC bank base, you create one more class HDFC. HDFC will be a child to RBI. Same thing, similar class. Here will come HDFC, extend RBI. Object for HDFC means whatever the access going on or customers from HDFC, they can call the parent class account and HDFC will write its own code again there with its own implementation. Okay, so this is called as a abstraction. That's right. So ABI database or HDFC database is nothing but the replica, you can say, of the RBI. Maybe RBI may keep some methods which are only for the RBI, not for his childs. Maybe he want to calculate the revenue. Okay, he want to calculate the revenue getting through RBI, but he don't want to share this method to these banks. Yes, he can do that. He has a logic how to calculate a revenue for from the banks he gets. In that case, he can keep this method as private. When you keep the method as private, this method will be left it to RBI only. It will never come to other classes. Security. But account is kept to public. It is shared. Abstract also you kept to public. So it is shareable. So when I say that our ABC bank database is a replica of RBI, everything will come, but based on these access modifiers, this will not come. These two things will come. So account with logic will come. As it is abstract, only definition will come. The usage is this, where you want to make sure, and at the same point of time, it is giving a flexibility that, yes, ABC bank, you can write your own method of closing the account, or you want to put a scheme one. You want to put one scheme to your only customers from your side. Yes, you can do. Create your own method and write your own logic for it and give only to your customers. May not be, this scheme may not be found in HDFC. So RBI is not restricting that you don't add anything, but just make sure that you follow the basic rules set for every bank. You can add your own methods. You will come by default, you will follow the methods from parent. And if parent abstract methods are there, you complete. Encapsulation means you better hide the data. I told here, revenue, I don't want to share with all the other classes. I want to hide it from others. Keep in within to me, to this class where you have defined it. You will be accessing or kept into this class. Then how do you restrict that code or hide the code? With the private access modifier. So I can achieve encapsulation with private access modifier. How do you achieve encapsulation? Means how do you hide your data? Means using private access modifier. If you make your variables or methods private, it is left to that class only. You will never access with neither with parent-child relation, means using inheritance, neither you access with object. It's a completely secure data. As an example, you can say that, see, you're able to change the password, right? You're able to change the online password of your bank with the link. So with the possible link shared to you via email, okay, a common communication you get a link, and through that link you change the secure data. Now how is it happening? The link, when you click and do the process of changing the password, it automatically connects to the secured through a secured protocol. It gets connected to the actual bank database where only you are the person, authorized person to change your password. Means password, to change password, you no need to go physically to the bank database, get into the database and change it. Indirectly, you are accessing that data. So how to access the private data indirectly, we will be learning in the encapsulation. How do you achieve encapsulation? Is with private access modifier. Anything with private keyword, private modifier itself becomes encapsulated. Encapsulated means it is left only into that class, will never come out. It is inside the capsule, something you fill in the capsule, right? It will never come out unless you break it. Same way, but you are able to consume the medicine present in the capsule once you swallow it, right? Once it goes into your body, it melts and you get the medicine. Similarly, how do I access this private data of your password? Indirectly, I can get it. We'll see how to get indirectly using get set method, public method, getting the value, setting the value methods. You can access this private data. These are methods. I'll take a scenario of that password only. Take a class, encap demo, main method. There's no need of main method over here because I'm not going to execute. Bank employees will never execute your passwords and all those. So that's only a class where you have all the logics, your account details and all those. Now this class, assume that we have a string, username, no data, print class type, no data. Now this username should be accessed by everyone. Okay, I keep it public. Password is only restricted. I say private. As I made private, password is completely blocked to this class, encapsulated now. Let's try. We'll try to access this data in another class. As a customer, I'm trying to access it normally as or an employee. I take another class, customer 1, having the main method. This class, customer, want to access this data. So as it belongs to this class, it tries to create object. You can see username is there. I don't see anywhere password. Only username is coming out because it is public. So you want to print the data of username, as that variable can give some string data. C1 dot You can call username, it's printing string. As I run it, execute it, you can see null data. Means there is no initial value to it. So default value will be null. Can I pass some data to the customer now? Yes, you can. C1 dot username. And here you can assign some data. So this data will be initialized to that variable. If I print again, execute, value was null. Now the new value assigned is John. So I'm able to work with the private data anywhere with the object. But password is already encapsulated now. It will never come out. So how to bring it out? I will bring it using some public methods, get set method. Get method will use that private data internally and indirectly it will come out. I can create those get set method in this way. Just right click on a line and go to source and you find get set methods. So as I have declared two variables, for both the variables I can generate get set method. But for username, I'm able to access it directly. I don't need it. I need only the methods for password. So for password, get set pair will be generated, public modifier for it. Okay. Now you find here two methods came as per the variable name, get password, set password. Two methods. This method is giving string output because the data type of password is string. What it is doing, it is saying return keyword. You know the rules. When method has return type, internally return keyword will be there. Return what? Return this variable. This private data will be used in this class anywhere. Got it? So this variable is returned in this method. You say return password. So when you say return password, this method will take this data. As it is public data, whoever calls this method will disclose it. Disclose the password. This is indirect way. Setting the password. Whatever the input password I would pass later, that would be given to your variable. This keyword is used, because the variable name and the parameter names are both same. If I write only password is equal to password, initial value is null. So it will understand that null equals to null because Java can't differentiate who is my class variable and what is parameter. So it will give null to null. But to tell that program that this side, whatever you find is not a parameter, it is my class variable. So to say this is my class variable, we use a keyword this. This means my current class. When you place this dot, you can see username, password, even methods also. So here it is using password. This dot password means class variable taking the data from the parameter for initialization. New input is given to this variable. That's a job. So that's all. These two methods are public methods. So anywhere you can call them. So already object is ready in the other class. C dot. Well, first let us get the password. As returning the password, I can system out even dot. You see the method from encapsulation get password string output. If I run now, it will give you null data because the password inside that holds nothing. None. If I want to set the new password, so set method is already there, public method c1 dot set password, give the string input, what password you want to set. After setting, I want to check it. So again, display after the setting. Old and new password you can also put some messages there. After first it was null, I've set it, then verified it. So it is the new value is right now test. Got it? This is how if you want one more customer, want to change the account. So I create one more object if you want. The customer C2. Now C2 want to change the data and C2 want the password. All customers are using the same set of methods and changing their own data accordingly now. So John1 and test111 is a new password for the next customer. How we achieve encapsulation, right? Encapsulation is achieved with private. How to work with this encapsulated data? With getter and setter methods, public methods. Methods will bring that data out. Okay, that is encapsulation. So next concept is polymorphism. The polymorphism is a case if in your requirement you need many methods with same name. That time you can use polymorphism. For example, assume that we have a website. On this application of Facebook, assume it is newly launched. Just a week back it is launched. That time you can see this is a login. It's a single login. And this is how we expect also. And when it is newly launched, what will happen? Users will also be working. There'll be also a maintenance team to see if any problem come in that new launch application, they'll take care of it. Means developers will be there, tester will be there to test that issue. So they will be working at the back end. So developer, when a user is logging in, he'll go into its GUI of Facebook, right? And he sees all those his account page. When administrator will log in to make some changes in the database, he will not come to this screen as user sees, right? He will go into the database page. If developer want to fix the problems, he need to go to the backend source code. So he will log in and go to the source code. So even though 3 people are working initially, it doesn't mean that login Facebook page will have 3 logins. Here one login, here one more login page, here one more login page. No, it won't be like that. This is for users, this is for employees, it means developers, this is for admin. No, we don't keep, because people get confused here. Which login I should use? So they keep only one login from here on the GUI backend. Whatever data you enter here, whatever your data you enter and click on login, at the backend some programs will be called based on the input. If I give here username and password, one method of login will be called backend, where you have some logic. When I give as an administrator username and the admin database name, one more login will be called based on the inputs you shared, and different code is executed for it. When an employee is entering his employee ID and email address, one more login will be executed, okay, with different code. So you see here everywhere you have login, 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 same method name. You understood the scenario now. I have a scenario where single login will be used by 3 different people and they need to go to 3 different outputs. This is different output, here different output, and this one, not same output. So how do I keep in the backend 3 different methods with same name? And they are executed based on the different inputs I give here. Whatever the input I give, it is given to your method as a parameter. Based on those 2 inputs, the right method will be called and executed. So here you find every method is having the same method name. Normally this is not allowed in Java, but according to our current requirement, this is essential. To achieve this, we need polymorphism. To achieve many methods with same name in a single class, we need polymorphism. Got it? Now let's see how to implement it. Now for implementation, I'll take a class. Now, okay, under polymorphism also you have types. One is static polymorphism, next is dynamic. Dynamic can also be called as runtime polymorphism or also called as a overriding mechanism. Static polymorphism is known as a compile time polymorphism, or using a concept overloading concept. These are the two types of polymorphism. Now, what is the difference? Static is achieved in only one Java class. You need only one Java class. Here, you can go for multiple classes. They should be mainly parent and child. Parent-child means inheritance will be used here. Whatever you're using multiple class, they should be parent and child only. So when you say single Java class, okay, let us do that. I'll first will work with static. Creating a class with the main method. Now in this class, I need login method, right? So I keep void login, one of the method. Similarly, one more method. Now maybe here I'm trying to work for the customer.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the latest version of Selenium? And your options are Selenium 3.0, Selenium 4.0, Selenium 5.0, or Selenium 8.0. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
But it's showing a duplication error. Developers, three different logics are there, but it says duplicating because method name is same. This is not allowed normally. Now, if I want to achieve encapsulation over here, polymorphism over here, runtime, compile time polymorphism in one class. So what is that? I can declare it a class having multiple methods with same name and different signature. This is called a static. I have one class, many methods are there with same name, but it is still showing error, duplication. Then what I have to do? I have to keep signature different. What is signature? Maybe the inputs. Here all are with no input. Make it unique. So I take a string username, comma, string password. So this input structure is different from all the two. So this is became unique and rest two are duplicating. Can I keep the same structure for the other one? No, these two will become duplicate, other is unique. So you either change the input numbers. Here if there are two inputs, make the other one as 3 inputs, 4 inputs, no inputs. So change the input parameters. Now if ever you want to keep the same input parameters, you change the data type. Here both are string. Here you make one of them as integer. Now they are unique. I'm not talking about the parameter name. I'm talking about the data types. If count is same, change the data types. Okay, now can I take here the same? No, they are duplicating. Yes, number, string and number. So if you have two inputs and the data types are also same, then again duplicating. In such cases, you can change the position of the data types. So first is string, next is number. Here you make first number and the other one as string if you want. Both numbers. Now they are unique. Two strings. Here first string, then next number. Here number and then string. So this is called as a signature. When you make unique signature, even though method name is same, this is called one type of static polymorphism. Also called as compile time. Why compile time? Because If I write the same code once again, before runtime only compiler is saying this is an error. It's compiling the code. So it is called as a compile time exception. Got it? Now how do I access this data? With object. Whenever you are accessing this dot, any login you call, whatever information you have, you pass it. If I have an information given to me, these two I should use for logging in. Just pass it, and during runtime, it will select the right output page for me. On what basis? Now it is doing overloading. Means whatever data you gave, it tries to match with the methods, two strings, which is the method. Then it overload that data for execution. If I pass string and a number, this method will run. When I pass number and string, this method will run. This is called static polymorphism, which is achieved in a single class. Okay. If I see the same definition among this parent and child, when class is having multiple methods with same name and same signature, here both, everything as it is the same in two classes, parent and child, that time it becomes dynamic polymorphism. Now dynamic means, let me take one class as P, parent, main method if you want, or you can ignore it also. This parent class, let me, okay, if I take the same login, I have a method login. To input customer is there. Now I'll keep this as a parent customer. If you want to access it, you can create object for the P class. You see a login with two strings. Normal class having one method and give the input and you call. Now I'm going to achieve, I want one child for this class. So I create a new class. C1 is a child for it. Okay, C1 is a child, main method to run. Now they are independent classes right now. To become a parent child, I have to inherit, extend. Hence P. P is my parent class. Now automatically every method will come to C1. But now, as per our definition of polymorphism, I don't want to use the same code as present in parent. I want to write my own code for this implemented method. So same method, same definition, I can keep in child also. As you keep in child, you see a green arrow over here. This indicates overriding. Overriding means by default, now you know you can create object for child here. My object dot. You can see here login is there coming from C1, not from P. It don't show you P anymore because the login has replaced the old code with the new code. So preference is given to the recent, the code present in your own class, not from the parent. See, best example, if you do your house registration, earlier it was parent's name, now it is the child's name. So when someone looks into the document, who is the owner, so by default will come who is the current owner. You will not get the parent, the before owner's details unless you request for it. So it is overloading. So old owner is replaced with the new registration owner. So how this happens? So parent and child and the method, same registration process is followed, but internally the names are changed. Okay. So when you see login with whatever the information you enter, it overrides. This is called as an overriding concept. Now you parent customer login C1. Okay, I did not change here the code. Child. I say child. Child code is overriding the parent code. So as per the definition, multiple classes, parent and child classes having same method, same signature. Definition is also same. But internal code you can change. In such cases, by default, the preference is given to the child code. Means it is overriding the parent code. Now I can, if I want, I can create a child for C1 also. Now I'm getting into the topic of inheritance. Polymorphism you saw now. I'm continuing it because in polymorphism I used inheritance concept, one parent and one child. Now you can create as many parents and childs. Now I created P. From P I made C1 by extend P, correct? This is one level inheritance. From C1 I can make C2. For this parent is C1. This is second level inheritance. This way you can create as many levels of inheritance. C2. So C1 can access the code of P. Okay. And also can write its own methods with its object, everything it can access. Getting? Now C2 can have its own methods, can access C1's code. From P1 code is given to C1, so C2 can access even P1's code. Understanding? C2 can access even P1's code also. This is called as a nested, one after another, next. This is called nested inheritance. Not only this, from P, I can make a next layer A1 class. A1 class is a child of P. From A1, I can make A2 class. A2 is a child of A1. So there is no any relation with the C and A. They are different, but parent is the same. Possible. This is possible. The features from P can be given to C1 and also to A. This way you can have many branches. Understanding? So you can implement this. So I'll show you here. For the C1, I'll take one more C2 class with its own main method. Extends. Now you have to create object for C2. Y dot. Now C2 don't have anything on its own, so it can see the data from login from C1. Now not only login, you can create any methods. Maybe login is in the parent and here I say logout. I just keep a different method. In C1 I kept as different. Now it is not overriding because methods are different. Logout. So child logout. Now you see in the C2 y dot login is there, logout is everything. I can see parent, grandparent and all classes before that also. You're calling login from there. Y dot logout is also there. If you have any method in C2 defined here, maybe I keep as search. Y dot. Now search is coming from your own class. This way you can access the data from all the hierarchies. And make sure you can extend only one class to the next class. You cannot say C1, C2 like any other thing. No. Multiple classes cannot be extended in Java. We have a rule. Multiple inheritance is not possible. Okay. So multiple inheritance means what? For example, if I have here a class P, A, and here a class B, they are independent classes. This class can have method add, and you have written some logic to it. Okay. Okay. And here you have a method subtract, and logic is written. Now there is a class X which wants add and subtract method without rewriting, because mainly inheritance role is what? Without rewriting any methods multiple times, write once and use anywhere multiple times. So log in, log out, I'm reusing it. So how do I get add and subtract from A and B? These two methods. I thought of extending A, comma B. Then object of X can access add method. Whatever code is written there. Also, it can access subtract method. Well, job is easy. As these two are classes, they are no way in touch with each other. Tomorrow by suddenly some other tester came and added here subtract script. This class will not throw any error because it is unique. But suddenly here the problem comes up. Because already one subtract from B is coming, this new subtract is from where? So this subtract should be accessed whether from B or A. Here ambiguity comes. So to avoid this ambiguity, what I should do? Either stop keeping these methods which are present in B, but I have no control on that. I don't know this method is there or not. Testers will not go and check in all the project, all classes. You can't do that. You can't control. So to get rid of this, what we have to do is, now why the problem is coming? Because the subtraction code written over here might be different and the subtraction code over here might be different. So which code to access is the problem. So if I stop writing the code over here, if I stop writing the code, just take the name, that's okay then. Understanding? So how do I stop the code in this class? Okay, you go for abstract. We saw the first concept, abstract keyword. When you put abstract, no body, just declaration. Here also abstract. Fine. For time being, the problem is resolved. Tomorrow, here I can add method. Someone can come and add method. As they are classes, they go by default adding the body. Again, the problem comes to add. Then I have to check it, see all the history and remove this, make abstract. Here also I should remove this code and make abstract. So this is a huge maintenance job. So how do I strictly say in this particular class, don't keep any code, keep everything abstract? I cannot give that kind of set of rules because they are classes. But we have a object called interface in Java. When I make A and B instead of classes, interfaces, interface, A is an interface, B is an interface right now. When you say interface, there are rules for interfaces that all the methods in interfaces are compulsory abstract, public abstract. They will never have body. Then your problem is resolved. So you can add as many interfaces to your class. X is a class, A and B are interfaces now. But here I'll not use extends anymore. Here I should use a keyword implements. Implements. Implementing A, B, comma, another interface. All interfaces can be implemented. Now, as you are calling add method and it is incomplete, no body. Here the class should add the body. Here for subtract also body should be added over here. So if you are interested in Java, multiple inheritance is stopped, is not allowed. Means A and B, if they are classes, you cannot extend them to another class. This is multiple inheritance. That is not allowed. But if your requirement is needed in such way, then instead of A and B as classes, make them interfaces and implement them to a class, then write the implementation in the class, your own implementation over here. So if ever you want to achieve multiple inheritance, go for interfaces. This is the interface concept. If you want to create interface, just you have to right click new and there is an option interface, not class, interface. Just give your interface name. And here in the interface, you write your interfaces. By default, interfaces hold public and abstract. Even though you don't write also is fine. Just write return type add method. No body. If you put body, it is an error. Okay. You should just terminate it. That's it. So this add can be in another interface also. Another interface. In B, also I have same add method. So both interfaces having same add method. Now C2 is one class, right? Already we have C2. Now instead of this extending, I should say implements. Implements A comma B, multiple. then immediately you get a option there, add unimplemented method. Means in both these interfaces, there is one method which don't have a block of code. Here you should write your logic. Have your C2 object, add is there. Along with that, you have your own search method as well. Got the information from two classes. Now in this A and B, you may have different methods implemented. I mean, just abstract method. So duplicate, unique, anything, everything will come into this class. So in inheritance, multiple and nested you see. Nested is possible, as many levels you want to do it. And multiple inheritance, not there. For that, solution is interface. Void is compulsory for every method. Void indicates, if not void, some data type will be there, right? What is that method is returning? Is it returning something or is it not returning? If it is not returning anything, we keep it void. Static is a direct way. Without object, if you want to access, you use the static keyword. Static is with normally methods, we don't keep static for your methods. Only main method will be static. If you keep any information static, you can access the data in the entire project without object of that class. Directly you can call that. Okay. Now one small concept is remaining, exception handling. So what is exception handling? Runtime exceptions. When you're executing the program, I may get some problems in the program. My program is looking good. No errors in it, no syntax error, nothing. During runtime, execution time, I may get some errors. Those are going to stop my program execution and fail my program. So I need to handle it because I don't want to fail the program. That's our job. So exceptions means which stops your normal execution and your program starts behaving abnormally. So what is abnormal? Suppose, your program is having some statements, some set of lines. Suppose my program is having these 10 lines. When you start executing your main method, it starts from line 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is having some error. So it stops here. It stops and will not continue anything. It will just jump out of the program and say this is a problem, failed, and it says whole main method failed. It will not bother even 8 and 9 are not relating to that error. 8 and 9 are something else code which is nowhere dependent on the error line. Then too they are not executed and says the whole program failed. That we don't want. We want if the problem is in the line number 5 and 6, just remember that error, continue the execution. After coming out of the program correctly, then display this error in the output. Then we will work on it. So we want a proper way of execution, not abnormal behavior. So to work in a proper way in the error condition also, we need exception handlers. We need to handle the exception. Exception handling we need. So first we'll create, and if you see the hierarchy of exception handling, the parent to all the exceptions, in Java is a throwable. Throwable is a class which has all the child classes in it. One of the class is exception. This is the one class. Error is one class. IO exception is class. SQL. All these are predefined classes. All are the childs coming under throwable. Errors are what? Errors are also some problem when you come see under runtime, but they are not because of your coding. They are because of stack related, memory leakage, virtual machines. This you don't control in your program. This should be done externally. But therefore, we don't talk about errors here. We talk about exceptions. Exception means during compilation of the program also you see some problems, maybe IO related file reading, writing process, or if you're dealing with the database, Sometimes your class file is not found for execution. They all come under the compilation. Execution time errors all come under runtime. So down are the runtimes: arithmetic errors, null pointer, number format, array related errors. These all comes under runtime. So even though your exceptions are compile time or runtime, they come under a common family parent is exception. Got it? So we need to see this. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about compilation errors. Today we'll see the runtime. Now to see arithmetic and all those, you can take a small program. Suppose if I have a code, a string value, name, and there is no data, I'm keeping it null. I'm trying to count and display how many characters are there in the string. Printing out how many characters are there in the name. You have a string class, some methods, plenty of methods are there in the string class. Out of that, to see the number of characters, length is a method which returns number. Then after that, I'm putting a general statement. The code is perfect. Compilation point of view, no errors. But when I start executing the program, you see there is an exception. And the exception is null pointer exception. Okay, this is a class, predefined class coming from Java line. So it did not run at all because at line number 9, you are trying to calculate something where there is no data in it. That's an error. Similarly, okay, if I have two numbers, x, some number, and y, some number, and I'm trying to print y divided. Right now, the code is perfect. If I keep here y value 0, also it is perfect. But during runtime, we get an exception. And you see, the exception is arithmetic exception divided by 0 error. It's a divide by 0. Never in Java we divide anything by 0. That's your exception. I'm just making a note of all the exceptions. Now, suppose if I have an array also. Array is nothing but multiple values are stored in that common reference variable. If you're storing employee IDs, employee ID. Now, how do I store multiple employee IDs? If I'm planning to keep like this, employee ID 3, 5, 8, 1, I cannot do in a variable form. Then I have to take this as an array. Okay, this I have to make it as an array. To make an array, what is the data type? Integer. To make it array, I can add square bracket. Now it is an array. If I want to print the values from the always array, position starts with 0. In the position 0, 3 is there. In position 1, 54 is there. In position 2, 1 is there. So if I want to print their values, employee ID, give the position in the square bracket. Employee ID 0. Whatever is the value in the 0 position will be printed out. Early, I'll print all the values. Get me the value of index 1, index 2, and index 3. Code wise, there is no error at all now. But when runtime, you see, first it is printing 3, 5, 1, and then you get an exception. This exception is about array out of bound. Array out of bound means what? You're trying to print index 3 and there is no value after index 2. There is no data there. Okay, so that is your runtime exception. So because of this exception, what happened? It stopped at this line and never executed anything, not even this line. This behavior we don't want. We want to run whatever is possible. And don't fail. Exception in main method. It's saying exception in main method. We don't want to blame the entire main method. This line, this words we don't want. That you can avoid with exception handling. Got it? Now, how to handle it? To handle the exception, we have certain techniques. One is called as mainly which we use as a try-catch. Try-catch block. Try block, catch block. Okay. Now in this program, where you see the error? From here to here, possibilities. Errors are there, not in this line. So include this block in a try. Curly bracket start. And here you close the try block. Try block is this area. Immediately after the try, put a catch is to hold the exception. Whatever exception comes. Now when I run the program, it comes here, I find a problem here. This error, whatever error is, catch the object of it. Java is object oriented. And all the exceptions, what we find, all our classes, if I find arithmetic exception, take the object of it and display the details of that object. If you're getting array related exception, take that object and display the error. Now see, all these classes coming under one common parent class exception. If I create object of exception, that object is capable to point to anything under that list. Getting? If I create object for this exception, it can capture anything under this category. So in the catch, I can create one object for what if I get an exception, it will come to the catch. E is having that error. What you want to do with that error? You want to display the error details. You have a method print stack trace. This displays the errors on the console. Now see, let's run. You will not get that word exception in main method now. Yes, program will stop running, but in a correct way. So what happens? It started your try block. In the try, it faced a line number 13, the problem. It did not run the statements in the try block. Only try block is stopped. That object is caught, comes to the catch, and you're printing the details. So this is what details printing of the error. So you don't say that there is a problem in the main method. Just prints the details. After that, done statement is there, right? So this is your done line also printing now. So after the catch, it continues the execution of the program in the main method and then terminates correctly. This is called handling the exception. Got it? You can add as many catches you want. You want to add multiple catches, you can do that. Say that you want to add specific catch. If you know what can be the reason of exception, maybe here I may get arithmetic exception. Then you use this class name, arithmetic null pointer. So maybe this object is specialized in catching only null pointer. Okay. Second one, arithmetic exception object. If I keep, that will take care only arithmetic issues. Then if I put array out of bound class, that will capture only arithmetic. So have multiple catches. Suppose in your execution, if you get arithmetic issues, this catch will work. If I'm getting here array index of bound, it will see first catch. Is this array bound object? No. Is this array bound? No. Is this array bound? Yes. This will print the details. If I get an exception which doesn't match with arithmetic and none of this, it will go to the parent one and get handled. So multiple catches also you can add. Okay. Now see, if also you can keep every block in a separate try catch also. Okay. Let me just 1 second. I make a copy of this class demo2. In this demo2, this is one try and I terminate the try over here because I want to handle every block. This is about in array, correct? So I take this array, keep it here. I just terminate this block, start the try over here, terminate the try. This is about dividing the error and take the specialized catch for it, keep it, and here you terminate again. Keep the next try start. I can add multiple tries also, and this is about null. And maybe this exception you can keep or you can just ignore. So what happened? I have 3 blocks now. Each try associated with its respective catch. So all 3 try blocks are independent to each other. Now if you see the run, With first block, it printed the data. Here is an exception. It went to this catch, print the details. This is your details. Then it continued with the next try. Error is there, exception. Arithmetic is thrown. Then next one, null pointer. And then continuing the remaining statements from your class. This is called handling. Now, there is also another way of handling called throws. So how to work with throws? Let me take this exception, this code. I'll take one class, demo with main method. I have this code. I understand that there might be a problem over here. I'll put a statement. There is an exception. Now I should go right way is try catch block. So instead of try catch, if I want to go with throws, what I do is, what is the class name? It is arithmetic demo. This is the class name. What I do, this class in the main method. In the main method, I don't want to handle this exception right now. I'm a tester writing this code. I don't want to handle it. So give this to the object who is executing it. Who is executing this code? Main method. So I just forward that exception to the main method. Will main method handle it? No. Main method is actually called by JVM. So main method also will forward to JVM. Then JVM has to decide what to be done with it. So how to forward the errors from one window to another window with throws. So how to add throws? To your main method. Here I say throws going technique. Now let's see the run. If I run the program now. So during runtime, the exception will be given to main method. Main method will give to JVM, but then too, JVM don't have a capacity of handling. It is failing at the end. It's failing, still failing. So we say that throws is only one option to pause your exception. Just take time, but not really fixing the problem. It doesn't really fix the problem. It only takes time to just delays in giving the error from moving from one hand to another hand. So right way of handling the exceptions and recommended way is a try catch. Are you understanding? You saw that even though I used throws, it failed. But on the other hand, if I would have used a try catch block, it will properly handle it. Get it? You saw that. Huh? Don't add this throws, I commented. If I put here try catch block, it will correctly handle it. JVM can't do, just you're forwarding it to the JVM, that's it, but it's not capable to handle it. Okay, so these are some predefined exception classes, maybe null pointer. Number format is something where you give a wrong input to a wrong data type. In the sense, if I have an integer variable and I'm giving a character data to it, there I get some null number format exception.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
So under Java, you should be the basics, class, object, variable, method, these things, but for interview preparation as well, and the concepts which we need for our Selenium and the project, the framework, you should be good with if statements, the loops, okay, and OOPS concept, object oriented, exception handling. The interviews also will be from OOPS 2. From OOPS onwards, your interview would start, okay. So that's a topic where they would like to check, okay, and then files also, file stream. This topic you have to prepare, okay. File input stream, output stream, file reader, writer, lot of classes are there in that. reading character by character or a stream of characters. You have a lot of classes, the hierarchy is there. So I would request you to prepare on this topic as well. And then collections. So these are some of the important topics from Java. You should be good for your job for a automation. And after that, as usual, your Selenium interview would continue after that. Under exception handling, we say that there are types of exception handling, right? Runtime exceptions, compile time exceptions. Runtime exceptions we have done, like while executing the program, you come across some exceptions like arithmetic, null pointer exception, file not found. File not found comes under compile time, that will see. Okay? These all are coming under runtime. Array related errors, all those are. And we have used try-catch block to handle it. That's a right recommended handler to use in your code as well, in your script. Compile time exceptions means as soon as you write the syntax, a statement in your program, immediately compiler will throw you an error. And unless you fix it, it will not allow you to move ahead, or compile and execute. So how to handle those compile time? Again, with try-catch block, we can do that. So in the compile, when you get compile time exceptions, maybe when I'm reading some data from a file, or writing some data to a file or to a database, there all comes the compile time exceptions. When I said a file holding a data and you're reading, so surely file related classes also will be included there. So we'll not go much deep into the file stream classes. You know, we have a time constraint and our main motive is for Selenium. But I'll explain whichever class I use. But complete topic awareness, you have to work on it. Okay, so first we'll start with the compile time exceptions along with this file stream classes to work on. That's right. Now, when I'll get a scenario of compile time and a file process, file related interactive, in Selenium, we need a task of reading properties file data. I want to read a properties file information. Now, when you say properties file, that file will be saved with an extension of .properties. This is the extension. As text file, notepad, you know, right? Word file extensions. Properties file extension is this. And the data in this file is kept in the form of key value pair. A key with a value will be attached always. This is the information. Now we need to read the data here. Why we need this concept in Selenium is, going ahead in Selenium, I may keep some data in such files and read it to my automation script. I may keep some browser, because when you say automating web applications, you need browser, application, URL. So I may keep those information in such files if required. Then I should be able to read it. For that, we'll see this program, how to read the file. So first step is what? First step is create properties file. Create properties file. Then I'll write then again a Java class for reading, read the data. Okay, this is our plan. Now to create the file, I just go take a notepad. I take a notepad. And here, let me save some general information like employee ID with a value E001 and employee name equals to maybe John, and designation equals to, these are three keys are there: employee ID, e-name, and designation. These are keys and the respective values are attached. Now values can change, but you know the keys are going to be the constant. For new employee, I'll change the data, right? The values will remain same. This is my data. So I have to save this file now. Okay, I have to save the file. To save the file, if I just want to save, I'm saving it to some drive location. You select where you want to save. Select the file type to all files and give here the file name with properties. Dot properties and save. That gets saved. Here also you can save, or I would like to save in my project only. So if you want to go to a drive location, this is the process. Click on save. Now I want to save this data in my working package. So I'll go to my package, right click, new, and say file. Here I would give the file name, emp dot. Here I would take the data, paste it. This is my key value information, which is in my project package. That's clear? So our first step is properties file is ready. Next is read the data. I would create one Java class, read property file demo. The main method. Now this file, right inside the main method only everything. First step is what? You need to know the file location. After the file location, then I need to use the file reading process. To know the file location, it is in the package, and that I have to take help of this file related concept, file stream class, which helps us to give the file path, which type of file and everything. So you have a lot of predefined classes in them. So one of the class in that file stream package is the class name file input stream. You have to write in this case only, capital starting and then smaller case. This is a class, predefined class. If I want to create object for this class, FIS object name, that is new again, and again the class name, that's actually constructor. This is the syntax of creating file input stream class objects. Any class, this is how we create. Either might be your own class or predefined class. Now file input stream is a class coming from Java IO package of the, and I need to import it. So if I say import, that class gets imported. What is the use of this class? It reads character by character from the file, whatever path you give. Now where to give the path? Still there is a red line over here. What it says? This type of constructor is undefined. We don't have empty constructor in that class. You need to use the constructors maybe having file input or file in the form of file object or in the form of string object. Now first we'll see a string. In another example, we can check with file. So string means you should give the path of file as within double quotations. So let me give that string. Now file is here, emp property. Make a right click on it. Go for properties. You see resource, and here is the location. This is the entire path. This is the complete path. No need to give the complete path because file as well as your program is existing in the same project. So I can give the path from source location. In your project SRC folder, package name, file name with extension is enough. So I give that location over here. This is the location of the file right now. Okay, still I see some errors. So now the compiler is giving you compile time exception. Here you see compile time exceptions. Unhandled exception of type file not found. Means today the file is available, may be available. Tomorrow when I start executing the program, if there is no EMP file, then the exception would come. Then who will handle that exception? So there are two fixes here. Would try catch will do. Try catch in this is tester is going to handle it. You are going to handle it using try catch. Or are you going to forward it to the main method and JVM, that is with throws? whether you are forwarding this exception to a higher level or are you going to handle it. So you want to take a decision over here. Then only this compilation error will be removed. So better way, we always recommend go with the try catch. So when I say try catch, that line is within the try block and a catch accompanied with it with exception is try file not found exception. So this is one of the example of compile time exceptions. And when you say compile time, file will come. When file is there, file stream classes are also included. Okay, well, file, if anything, file is not found, it will go directly, it will skip all the lines from here, it will go to catch and throw that exception, display the exception. Fine. If file is there, in case if file is there, I have to read that file. Okay, your file type is what? Properties. If the file type is properties, we no need to write much logic. There are again predefined classes, methods for it. So first you need to access them, you need object. So create object for properties class, P capital, properties object. Again, you mouse over, you have an import. Be careful when you're importing, there are many imports you see here. Always take it from Java import that is coming from Java util package. This is predefined packages. Okay, so that is also imported now. Now, once you got a properties object, dot, you can find now methods from properties class. When you say P object dot, these all are, most of them you find from properties. A couple of them are there from properties class here. This is one method of properties. This is one method. So this way you have couple of methods. Now, before reading the data from a file, actually you need to load the data. To load the data, there is a method called load. Load from where? Load from the data coming through one input stream in stream class. Now, already we have one in stream object FIS. So that is a input stream class only. So I can pass that class file input stream object as an input to this method. The reference to this path is given as an input to this method. Okay, while loading also I may get unhandled exceptions. Compile time, this is again. IO exception is your class. Now how will you handle it? Would you go for throws? Would you like to add separate catch now? Would you like to add this exception also to the existing catch? Already we have one catch there. So to the same catch, do you want to add this IO exception? Or do you like to keep one more separate try catch? Okay. So I say that no, I want to add this exception to the existing catch. If I click on this option, see, single catch is having two types of class exceptions. Now there is a red line to the file not found exception. What it says? Exception file not found is already caught by alternative IO exception. It says the problems relating to file comes under the category of IO only. You no need to keep explicitly file not found. If I keep only IO exception, everything will be worked out there. So do I want to remove this exception? I say okay. Only IO exception is kept. Okay. Once loading is done, you have to read the data after loading process done. So you have object P dot. In the same properties class, we have a method get. From the class properties, you have a get method, get property. Input, you have to give a key in a string. Output, you get again a string. That's a value. Now, what is your key? From your properties file, here you see EID is a key, employee name is a key, designation is a key. If you want that employee name, give here as a string, means with double quotations, the name. The output of this method, see if you don't know that method is giving what input, what output, just mouse over on the method, you will get the definition. See, get property is a method from properties class coming from package Java util. This method takes string input and gives string output. So string input is already provided, output is string. So I need to assign that to a string variable. Now you are good to print that name just for displaying on the console, out nm. If you don't want this variable directly, you can call this get property within print statement as well. System out dot get property. Get property. Second key is EID. The data. Similarly, next key I can take. If you have 10 keys, 10 statements you have to write. Otherwise, you have to apply the logic of for looping to keep reading the key one by one and displaying its value. Now directly I've just displayed the value directly. So why I have explained you very clearly what is the meaning of each class, why we took, and how to read. This process I would need later when I'm in the framework of Selenium. That time, without spending much time, I'll pick this code as it is. Whenever a properties file comes into existence, file object mandatory, object of properties mandatory, loading, and this method get property. These 4 things are compulsory. Okay. Now let's run the program. We asked for the display. So as per the get property is, we said get me the value of this key. John is the value, employee ID, and the name. So later if you change the values in the properties file and run the program, it will read a new data. Okay, this is how you deal with properties file. So we'll move to the next point. That was about properties file we were talking about. In the same compile time exceptions and stream related, one more concept we need in Selenium, that is about reading data from Excel files. Now, if I want to read a data from Excel, I may keep a lot of information in Excel files, right? Maybe or whichever project you're working with, you can keep all the data in the Excel files. You want to keep user credentials of many users and you want to test them. You want to keep some 100 product names in the Excel and use it for testing the search functionality, right? So any information I can keep in Excel and I want to read it. Now the process is again, you have to first point is you need one Excel file with the data. You need an Excel file with data. Then I need to create one Java class to read that Excel data and display. But one thing here, you can't read Excel directly just like properties file we did. No. Why? Because properties file, that is a TXT file, comes inbuilt with your operating system. As soon as you install operating system, these all extensions are inbuilt with it. So I can use them directly. But Excel, PowerPoint, Word, these are, to get them, you have to install MS Office, a software, an application. Then you get these features. So to interact with these kind of applications, you need to have a supportive third-party libraries. Even though if you are planning to work with a database, PDF files, CSV files, you need respective supportive third-party plugins, libraries. That's sure. So Excel is coming under external application. I need to download now. I need to download the plugin. Libraries, I need to get them. So for Excel, we have a library name called as a Apache OI jars. You need this library. So I need to search them first. Search them. So first point is download UI jars. After downloading, I need to extract them because that would be a zip file. Extract it and then configure, or you can say add them to the working project and then continue with it. So this is a one-time job in your project. If you want to work with Excel, add them to your project. Any project, wherever you are working, you should have these files, then only you can work with Excel, PowerPoint there. Let's do that. So I go to first for searching the download. So you can see a link over here, apache.org site. I can go there. I'll copy this link as well for you to later to download. And from today onwards, the packages will be shared to you for your practice. You will be finding them on along with your recording on your registration portal. Okay. So if you're not able to see, you can just contact the Intelli team. So I'll be sending them, they'll be uploading. So once after, for downloading this is the URL which I'm using. And here you see available downloads. This is a stable version. I need it. So I click on it. Immediately I get diverted to binaries and source. Source code we don't need. We need only this zip file. So here I just click on the zip file. Then I get redirected to the mirror site. This link I click. The zip file starts downloading. Okay, so I just say save a zip file after completion of download. I need to continue with the next step is extract. Extract those zip files, keep in one location. Why I'm saying in one location? Because tomorrow if you need these files, without repeating these steps, you can reuse them. So keep it in make one folder from now onwards. Because henceforth we may be downloading many things. So keep them in a proper, create one folder, in that keep subfolders. So let us see whether the file, it downloaded. I go to the file location. In this file, I'll just extract it. Don't extract here itself. Extract it, create one folder. In that one subfolder for this Apache file. So I would say just extract files. With me already these files are there. I'm just showing for you as it is very first time. I'm just keeping it on the desktop for you. On desktop, I'll create one new folder called new jars. This is my main folder. In this folder, within this folder, create one more folder for the PUI jars. Within new jars, I created one more folder for PUI. I say OK. Now it gets extracted to that subfolder. We'll check it now on the new jars. This is the subfolder. Within this, okay, one more folder is there. And here you see these are the jar files, the cup sign, these are the jar files. And you have some more inside auxiliary as well. Auxiliary folder also you have some jars. Then you also have some of them in LIB, some of them in OXML also. So every jar must be added to my project. So sometimes what happens is by mistake, I miss some of them, forget to add. Therefore, it's good always to keep everything in one place. So I select these outside files, then keep in one folder. In LIB, I'm keeping it. I pasted the outside files into this LIB. Similarly, from auxiliary also, I'll get all of them, Control A, copy, come to from OXML also, get all of them, LIB, all done. So we have all the libraries in the LIB folder. So we have completed this step of extraction is done. Now we need to configure them to the project. The process of anything configuring to the project would be the same. We need to cut, paste, or just copy as you wish. I just copied and pasted. If you want to cut it, remove and put it in one place. Either you decide. I just pasted it, copied and pasted. Now I have this jar files already with me. I kept for myself on an F drive in one folder called jar download, jars download. In this folder, I have one subfolder for PUI. I kept all my jars of POI in this LIB. These files I will use. Okay. Now, how do I configure? My project is here, Intel New. Right click on the project.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which Selenium component is responsible for interacting with the web elements? And your options are Selenium WebDriver, Selenium Grid, Selenium IDE, or Selenium RC. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
I go to properties of the project. There I see a path, Java build path option. Then I see different tabs over here, source, project, library. Be in the library section. In the library section, here one note for everyone. The participants who are working with Java 1.8, the participants who are working with Java 1.8, they will find this kind of window. I'm working with Java 1.8. You'll have this kind of view. Okay. Directly, I can click on add external jars and add my Apache related jars to this. Other than 1.8, maybe Java 10, 11, 12, 19, 18 you're using, you'll find a different view. Under the same library, you'll find here, one is called module path. Module path, under module you'll have JRE. One is called class path. Under module, JRE should be there. And whatever you add after that, all the jars should be under class path. So you should select this class path heading. Once you click on class path, these options will be highlighted, activated. So all the Apache jars should be under class path. You should remember this point. For anything, not only for Apache jars, any jar files, even Selenium we will add. All the things should be under class path. Okay. If you get this like me, only I'm working with Java 1.8. So if you're working with 1.8, like me, you'll find it. Other than 1.8, you'll see two options, module and class path. You should select class path option, then click on add external jars, go to the location of your Apache POI jars where you extracted, add them. Then all the jars will come under class. Okay. Now let's see how to add. So I'm here, just directly I click on add external jars. Why external? Because I kept it on OneDrive, the files, external files. I navigate to this LIB. Here all things are there. Control A and say open. All the files got added, apply and close it. Once added, you will find that those files adding to your project with a new folder. Still building the project. You see one new folder came here called reference library in your project. So this folder will hold all the jar files added to the externally. These are your Apache POI jars. See the path also from where you extracted and added, you can find it. Right? So this is all about configuration. Now create Excel file and read it. Excel file creation. So as it is a very starting point, I'll create it now. But henceforth, I'll just reuse any existing Excel files. When I'm going with an Excel file, the extensions can be .xls file or .xlsx file. So any type of extensions your Apache Poi can work. Now here I'm on the sheet 1. This is the sheet 1. You can create a couple of sheets also as per your need. Okay, I'm on, and you can see many rows and columns are there. I'll fill some data, username, password, some headings, AAA, A123. So you keep whatever the data you want to print. So 2 set of rows I have. Okay, 2 set of rows, data is. But when you say rows, even this is a row. So if I start reading from here, the index position of this first row is 0 in your Excel. This is a 0 row, 1 row, 2 row. Similarly, column also, 0 column, 1 column. If I want to read this data A, what I should say? Row number 1, column number 0. And this block is called as a cell. Inside the cell, data is. And where is this information? On the sheet 1. So you may have many sheets also. So all the collection of all sheets comes under one workbook. See, if you want to reach to your data, you need to follow this hierarchy. First workbook, from workbook go to a sheet, then go to a row, go to a cell, and then get the data from there. Okay, this process you have to do. Okay, let us save this file. I'm just keeping it in the download, I'll keep it. Downloads, info, it's a extension which I got, .xlsx. You can change it also. Whichever extension you want, you xlx also, you can change it. So I'm keeping this, I save it. It's going to the download. So I can keep the Excel outside and also read it. Only what will happen at max? This path will change. From where you want to read the file, this path will change. That's it. You will give the path from my downloads folder. But right now, mostly we don't keep it on external files, right? We always take it, keep it within the project. Okay, within the project. So I would like to keep that Excel also in the project. I copy from here. My package, I select the package, Control V. So this is my Excel file. Okay, this is the file to read. Now let's write a Java class to read it. We'll read demo. Guys, I'm showing you here how to read a properties file, how to read an Excel file. You can, at the same point of time, you can write data to these files also. I want you to do it. So for your practice, you just do some research, study, analyze, and find out how do you write data to the properties file. Got it? Similarly, Excel file also you can write. So I want you to work on that. Okay. Now, within the main method, first step is you need to know the location of the file. Now for location of the file, the same statement I would take file input stream. Get me the path of Excel file. Now Excel file path is here in the same project within the source and the with extension. Yeah, and I told you that I'll not take here a string input. I would take another constructor where I give the file reference. If you want to give a file object, I can create file object separately like this. File class, F is an object, new of file class. This class comes under your file input stream class. And here I give the path of the Excel file. And import your class from IO package. And this object F is given over here. This is another way. Either giving file object or earlier we did with a string input. Now again you see there is an IO exception. This time you want to add with try catch. Okay, put a try catch block. Now everything relating to the Excel reading, I'll put in that block only. So I remove from here. I put only complete. Because if there is a problem in getting the path, there's no point in executing reading the data. So everything I'll put in one try block. Now, as per the process of once you got the file location, you need to go to that workbook. To go to the workbook, we have a class called XSSF workbook. These are predefined classes with Apache POI, you will get them. New of get the imports. You see import you're getting from Apache POI, the jars which are there added into your project. Then you should go to one of the sheet. So XSSF sheet, in the same case wise. Now to go to a sheet object for it, how do you go to a sheet? Sheet is over the workbook. So object of workbook, which is already created now, object dot, we have a method get a sheet. Get sheet, either sheet name or sheet index also I can give. Sheet name, I did not name any sheet, it is by default sheet 1. If you can rename it and use it, okay. Otherwise, I can give position, index position. The first sheet is always 0 sheet, like array. So go to that sheet. Import this class as well from Apache POI. Okay, once this is done, after that, you need to go, one more thing, this file location you should give as an input to your workbook. You should know where is the file, right? Now it is asking you IO exception. You want to add to the existing cache. Ignore this. So everything will be handled over there. Then once a sheet and workbook is ready, you need to go to that data, right? You need to go to that row and start reading. Okay, if I want to read only this A value, I would write like this. On the sheet dot, go to a row, get R. Get row, give the row number. My row number is 1. From there, get cell, cell number 0. Within that cell, you have a data. Get string cell value, string output. These are the couple of methods used to read the data from your Excel. So the output of this final last method is giving string. Okay, it is giving string output. I can say I want to print it. Only one value, A, will be printed in this case. But what about all the values? All the values, one after another, if I want to read everything, you have to repeat the reading process. Means I need to use the concept of looping, loops. So I would just comment these 2 lines. And if I want to use a for loop, you need to start reading from 0 row. So take a variable, integer, I take R, start from reading 0, stop once R reaches to the last row. How do I know where is the last row? Data may increase or data may decrease also. But during runtime, how do you find this is the last row? With a method. That method is less than or equal to on the sheet dot, you have a method get last row number, integer value it gives. Use this method. This will give you from your Excel sheet last row number. Guys, if you want to see what is the number, you use your print statement and check it. Then you keep iterating. Then what to be done here? I want to display it. Display as you can use nested for loop also. One more for loop for columns as well. This is for column. Start reading from column 0. Stop at the last column. Now, how do I know which is the last column or last cell? You don't have direct method. What we do is we go to any one of the row, any one row. From there, we go to the last cell. If I go to the last cell, that itself is the last column. Okay, indirectly we will go. To do that, C lesser than on the sheet dot, go to one row. We have a get method. Go to one of the row. Any row you go, row 0 or something. And from there, go to the last cell. Get last cell number. This method will give you the last column. If you want to print, you can print this line also outside to give you the. Now you want to print it. Print what? Sheet dot, on the sheet dot, get of row. Go to one of the row. On what basis? As per R is 0 initially. As per R, go there, get cell as per C. That's pointing to the cell, going to give a string. This I want to print it out. I want to print the result which I got with these methods. Now let's run this code. So these are mandatory if you are working with Excel. File, looping, class, your row, call, cell, and the workbook. Now you see you got row number 2 and column number 2, number of count and username and 2 set of data. They're not properly aligned. We got the result not aligned. We want these two side by side if you want. You have to just adjust here in the display statements. Okay, every time displaying on a new line here, ln, after printing username, concat with a space. A space, then print, because your inner for loop will run completely, means after both the columns are done, that time it will go to the next row. So before going to the next row, print a new line that time with no data, just a gap. So all the column inner for loop completed. It went to the next line, again all the columns done, again next line, all columns done. Okay, is this clear? Yeah, so when you're counting, see with an index point of time, it starts with 0. But when you say count some anything, where you say you count from 1 to like that. So when a count is happening, number of rows and columns, it counts in the form of numbers, 1, 2. But when you're reading in the form of index, it starts from 0 and 1. So 0 and 1 are nothing but 2. And when you say get rows, this get row count, this get row, last row number will always give one number less when it is counting. Even though you say this is 1, 2, 3, but while displaying it gives only 2. That's the reason always we manage here in the for loop less than or equal to the 2. So that it starts with 0, 1 and equal to 2, means 3 rows it refers. So you need to adjust here because the result of this method is giving one number less in the count. Column is not like that. Column will give you correct count. That's the reason when I was printing in the next for loop for column, I said lesser than this result. This result is 2. As I'm starting with 0, 0 less than 2 means 1. That's done. You have to take care of these. When you're dealing with Excel, you take care of those conditions. Now, next point is, we'll talk a short about collection. From collection, we will be using 2 interfaces in our automation. I'll tell you that difference, the structure of it. That's it, because, we cannot spend much time on this part. Okay. So what is a collection? Collection, very important topic. Whatever I have mentioned in that list, please make sure that you go through it. For collections, we need to see what is a variable. Then comes your array. Now, variable is to store data. Collections, arrays, variables, all purpose objective is to store some data, but with a lot of manipulations, methods in it, and a lot of flexibility in it. So variables, when I say integer x with a number with 8, what does it mean? There is a memory space where I can store a value 8 in it. And the memory reference is x. That's your variable name. And it's integer means you can store any number, but not other than integer. You cannot store character over here. Only integers are allowed. This is your variable. Now, the drawback with variable is at one point of time, only one data you can store. Tomorrow, you want to say x is equal to 9. It removes 8 entirely and keeps 9 in that place. Never you will get 8 back. Means recently assigned data is stored in that memory permanently, unless it goes for the next change. But if my requirement is to store multiple numbers in a memory, in a single memory, variables can't do that. There you need array, where array can store multiple values. So array is like a bigger memory. Suppose X is a reference for it. You want to store all the IDs, ID 2, 5, 1, anything, but only numbers. Multiple values of same data type is stored in an array. So first data is in the index position 0, 1, 2, 3. When you say sysout X of index position 1. When you display, it will display value 5. What is stored in that position? When you say index position 0, 2 will be displayed. So this way, array is nothing but a collection of multiple values of same data type. I cannot store character in this, no, but of same type. Got it? In array, yes, whatever drawback was in variable, you overcome here. But some drawbacks in array are, one of them is different data types you can't store. Not only that, if I want to remove this data from between, you can't do in array. If I want to add some data afterwards to the same array, you can't do this. Means manipulations of data or the content present in the memory, you can't do easily in array. These are some of the drawbacks. These all drawbacks you can overcome in the collection. Because in collection, that's also big memory where I can store a number. If you want, you can store some characters. If you want to store a boolean also, you can store. You want to store a float value also, you can store. Different data types can be stored in one memory. In array, in this collection, if you want to remove this data in between, you can remove. You can insert a new data in between also. You can add at the last also. So manipulation methods are available in the collection. This is the main difference between all three. So in projects, whenever you go for storing multiple data, surely we would like for this kind of flexibility. In collections, if you want to store only one set of data also you can do, or multiple data combinations also you can do. Anything is possible. So always we prefer, if you compare with among three, we find collections is more helpful and handy. So we use always collections, not arrays much. Variables you can use where you want to store one value. Is that clear? This is the main difference. So when you go for an array, how you declare an array? Integer, X array, and whatever the data you had, maybe 2, 5, 1, 3. This is what your data is array. And then if I go for a collection, my variable X is equal to, and the data also I keep in this pattern only. I can keep it, but I have a lot of methods to add the data. I no need to give initially. But first you need to create object. So in collections, we have a couple of interfaces. The interfaces are known as list interface and set interface. List and set. Now, as these two interfaces comes under collection, they have the common feature. Common feature is what? Stores any type of data. Okay. Along with that, they have manipulation methods. This feature is common for everything. They have both of them can store a lot of data, any type of data, and manipulation methods in it. But what is the real difference between these two then? The list is recommended to store, it stores duplicate data. It can store duplicate data. Okay, and list is designed for storing unique data. If you store multiple times same data, it will store the last assigned value. It removes the old value. unique data. This is the main difference. Now coming across, in this interfaces, we have set of classes. In list, I have a class called array list, linked list. And in set, I have a classes hash set, linked hash set, and tree set. These are the classes. Now, both this class have the same feature, and obviously this top features also will be there. Both of them store unique duplicate data, manipulation methods, multiple inputs. Then what is the real difference between it? Array list can read the data in a forward direction. Read in forward direction. Forward direction. The sense, if I'm trying to display the data, first I have read 2. After 2, immediately it will go to the next value to read. Then it will go to next value and read it, next value and read it. From here, this is a movement of array list. If I want to read in a reverse manner, is not possible. I can't read the data, previous data back. But linked list can read forward as well as reverse direction. Reach to your first element. Okay, this is the main difference. So here, linked list can read forward and reverse direction. Similar features you have in the hash set and linked hash set, keeping in mind the unique data. But what is the main difference between array list and hash set is, in array list and linked list, it stores the data as you enter. It maintains the order as you enter. If I put 2 first, then A next, it will be stored in the same manner in this list category. But in hash set, no. Even though I have entered 2, after that A, after that true, it will take decision on its own how to store the data in the memory, because of it uses one concept called hash table. It uses a table inside it. The hash table takes care of sorting the data. Hash table sorts the data. I cannot say it is ascending or descending order. The way algorithms it has, based on that, it sorts the data. Means it doesn't maintain the order as you enter. Okay. And tree set stores the data, unique data, by default in a sorted ascending order. Because the name itself is tree set, sorted order. By default, it sorts the data always in an ascending order. Stores in the memory. Okay, this is the history of your collection in short. Now, if I'm in my automation going ahead, I want to store multiple data, anything it can be, numbers, characters. I see on website automation, I don't see numbers, characters. There the things are different. There you'll see buttons, links, images, okay, these things. So all that information I can gather and keep in a collection. If that information is duplicate, I'll go for list category. If I'm planning to keep it uniquely, I'll go for set. So when I'm want to use this, I'll use this class, array list. Array list object I'll create, because these are predefined classes. I need object to store the data. So I'll take the help of array list. If you want to keep unique data, I'll take help of hash set class object. That's true? Understood? Any questions over here? Now I'll show you one straightforward example with hash set and array list. Just in short, so that you can get one short glimpse of it, and then we will move ahead. First I'll show you with array list. I'll take a class, array list demo. If I want to work with array list mechanism or that particular way of list behavior, create an object for array list. Define class, A is an object, new of the constructor. Import the class coming from your Java util package. Your object ready. Now what is the data in this object? If I want to print it out, display means display the object. It is empty object, no data in it. It is just declared. Now you want to keep some data, object to dot. You can see a lot of methods coming from your array list, where you have a mechanism of adding a data, clearing the data, knowing the capacity of the data, going to one value with a get method. Okay, you can go to one of the value. You can go to one of the values. You can get the index of it. You can make sure whether your object is empty or filled with data. If I use right now this method, it will give you true because the memory is empty. Okay, you can go to iteration. Iteration is like a looping. You can remove the data. If any data, if you want to remove, you can use this method. You can replace. You can get to know how many values are there in that memory size method. You can sort it. You can convert to string form, array form. Okay, these all are methods which you can use. Now I want to add a value. Add a value means it is not specific whether it is a number, character, anything you add, it is treated as an object. You can add one object. A number can be an object, string can be an object, boolean, anything is treated as an object, not a data type. You know, object is a super class of all Java, complete Java. So I say add. I want to add 33. That's one data. So I'll add of more methods. So I'm adding, then I'm adding here true. Here I'm adding a null. You can add nulls also. One more 33. So 33 is duplicated. After that, let's print the data. The data as you entered is stored within internal. These are the different objects with duplicate. You want to remove something or you want to add a value in between. You have a method with index and a number. You want to add it index number 1, 99. These all are manipulation methods which are not found in an array. Index number 1, 99 is inserted. Want to remove, you can remove. So you have all these methods. Okay, you can remove, give the index position or you can give the object name. If I want to say remove 99, you go and remove 99. Or if I say remove 1, whatever is stored in the index position, that will get removed. I want to know the size, how many elements are there. It returns a number. Output is number. So let me print it directly. Size of it. How many values are there? It will print. Get it? Now, if you want to display these values one by one, you can apply your for loop or enhance for loop. Here, enhance for loop. Pass this entire object holding all the data to the for loop. A is your object. Then I take one variable E with a colon separated. E is a variable which takes one by one object from this array list. First time 33 will come to E. Work on it. Then 99 will come. So as 33, 99 are not numbers here, they are in the form of objects. So E also should be of type object because it should hold it. Now what you want to do, you want to just print that object, print E. Already we did. 6 is what? 6 is the count. There are 6 elements in it. Then with the for loop, you're printing one by one object. First 33 is there, 99, so on up till last 30. Right? If you want to remove something, call the remove method based on either the data or index, you can work. Got it? Same way your this also will be there. Next, what is that? As set. As set also will be in same manner. I'll take a copy of this class only. I copy it, paste. I'll give this name as hash set demo. You cannot give class names because they are predefined names. We can't use for our namings of your class. Reason I give demo. Now, if you want to work with hash set, you need to create an object for hash set. Put it from your package. Again, the output is same. You got the data added. Now this method is not available in the hash set. If you also check it, you place a dot, you can add only the direct data in a sequence manner. You cannot add the input intermediate. That method is not there in the hash set. So adding a value in between is not allowed. But size is there, again looping you can do. Let's print it. First it was empty, then we added couple of data and printed. You see the data is not in the order as we entered. Hash table is taking care of it. So first 33 is there, then A true. So it is in a random manner based on hash table. And you see 33 is only one time, which is the value assigned. You don't see duplicates. Then size is there 4. And using a for loop, enhanced for loop, you're printing that data.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Now we know what is the testing domain, right? So what exactly where the testing stands in the industry. So in short, to talk about it, whenever the project is in your organization under like whenever the project comes here, it has to go through many phases, right? I mean understanding. So whenever a project comes in the form of requirements of a client, it has to be properly studied, analyzed, made a design, and then coding starts on it, then testing comes. So as a tester, I have to test the application. So maybe if I'm testing, so you can take any, so here we are going to learn Selenium with Java. So Selenium is mainly for testing the web applications. And you see a lot of web applications, everything is form of app nowadays. So all the web applications to test, you can use Selenium. So if I take as an example, any website you can take, this is the application under test. Now you see already developers have developed all the features, login feature, recovery of password, forgot password feature, create new account, create page. So different functionalities are already developed. Now as a tester, I want to test it. So how can I test? If I say do it manually, initially every requirement done by manually. Manual in the sense, I could see this is a login functionality over here. I click, enter some data to it. I click on password, enter some input to it. Then I click login and see what is the output of it. Okay, I just wait for the result and I compare, I check that result on myself. Whether the result is successfully logging in or whether I'm getting some error message. So when you do every action on your own, since from identifying the web element, we call this as a web element, all text boxes in anything found on the website is a web element. It's an element on the website, so web element. So I need to find every web element and interact with it by passing the data to it, clicking, typing, anything. I do everything manually and check the result also manually. This process becomes a manual testing. Understanding team? If I have a lot of work to do, okay, I mean lot of work in the sense, the same login, if client asks us, I have my Facebook users are 10,000 million users are there, check whether everyone can log in or not. Now for tester, for 1 to 5 inputs he can check, not for 10,000 millions of credentials. It's not possible. In such cases, as a tester, you can take help of an automation. So in the automation, I write a program, in the sense, whatever the steps, the instructions are there in a Java class, in a main method or in the class of Java, I write the instruction of first open the browser, then open the application, Facebook application. Then third step is find username and type data to it. Fourth step is find password, enter data. Fifth step is to click on login button. And sixth step is see the output. So if these steps need to be repeated for 10,000 million times, so where the data will be kept, maybe the data is in the database, or they may give the data in an Excel sheet from the Facebook. So you have username, password, and all the 10,000 inputs are here. So your program, these steps need to be repeated for 10,000. So the data from this file, one by one data will be used for this script, and it runs for 10,000 times, and you get a report. In the report, you get to know that which user it is logging in, for which user it's not logging in. That happens very fast. Within, now it is 10,000 millions, means it may take some hours. Okay, maybe 1-2 hours it may take to complete, which is not possible as a manual tester to do this job. In such cases, I need automation. Understanding? So automation is nothing but just helping the tester to do his work faster with accurate data. Sometimes while typing, I may make mistake, but if I read the data from already existing file location, I don't make any mistakes. So error occurrence is reduced. You get the report faster. Okay, these are some of the benefits. Not only that, tomorrow, if the same Facebook is getting changed a little bit, so there is one more option coming over here, payment, pay. For premium members, payment option is there. Now, already you tested years back this Facebook with all this login feature, account password recovery feature, new account creation, this is all tested already, working fine. Now you have to test this payment. Surely, payment, I should test it manually. I will see all the payment options manually, but that doesn't say that Facebook is completely tested now, because it's a new release of the Facebook. So along with this new feature, I should also test these old features. Are still they working or not? So can I spend again manually testing many hours to test these functionalities? No. Do this manual testing and do this automation. Log in 1 or 2 users, you can do it. This also you do automation. This also you do automation. So along with manual, new features I'll do manual testing, and old features I'll plan for automation. In this, when multiple releases are there or new enhancements are there in the project, you can take help of the automation. So these are some areas where we need automation. So if you see here, why automation? Frequently regression testing. Regression means already working features you test again and again. You know, today you have tested the login. It's fine. After 2 years, or after 1 year, you're handing over this project to the client. I don't know, at that time, login may have bugs. So in between, you have to keep checking the login is correctly working or not. So working features you repeat again and again. That is called as a regression testing. Okay. So in case of regression testing, you can use automation, repeated test case execution when user is accepting the test, faster feedback to the developers and reduce the human effort. As you can complete your testing faster, you can forward the bugs to developers earlier. Also, you can use automation to test your application on multiple environments. Now, environments in the sense, today I'm using Facebook on Chrome browser on a Windows machine. Every user may not work in this way. Some users may use Mac machine with some other Safari browser, Edge browser, okay, and different operating systems. So before releasing this product to the market, you need to test. After complete testing on one browser, you need to repeat this testing process on all the browsers and every operating system. So there, to save time and effort, you can plan for automation. Automate the entire project and run immediately on all environments. Getting? These are the some areas where we need automation. Now we'll move ahead and see what are the automation tools which we have. So we are going to be the functional testers. All the functional related means you may come across GUI, graphical user interface testing. In the sense, just look at the application and say, is it acceptable or not? I mean, I look at the Facebook and I say, yes, this is perfect as client expects. The alignment might be, color combination might be, the size of the font size might be, the spelling mistakes, okay? Or login is there, recovery option is there. So all these things, just looking at the look and feel of the page, saying it's worthwhile to test or accept. They all come under a GUI testing. Also, you can interact with the functionality. Interact in the sense, I type email, I type password, click, then see the output. That's the interaction. So all these types of testing with a lot of data, maybe from Excel file or database. Okay, these all things comes under functional. So we are the functional test engineers. Non-functional, later if you out of your interest, you can upgrade yourself for non-functional testing also, like where you count the performance, speed, breakthrough, all those. The different tools are available. So for your project, for non-functional testing, you may have a separate testing team who are experts or who are good with those tools to work with. Now for functional testing, the widely found tools are QTP and Selenium. QTP nowadays are known as, means from long time only, it was renamed to UFT, Unified Functional Testing. This is a tool now. It is modified to UFT. And Selenium is the competitor. But you know, QTP was actually since from very long time it is in the market, and this was the only one functional tool used by everyone. Even by the company who developed Selenium also was using QTP. Selenium is a product of ThoughtWorks company. Okay. This company was always into testing web applications. Their job was to test web applications. They were also using QTP, but they found it little, budget-wise high, because it's a licensed tool. You have to pay. Payment is high as well. They used to buy the licenses and test their application. Then why don't we develop our own software for our applications to test, like in-house applications? That's how James Gosling and his team members developed this Selenium using JavaScript as a backend coding, and it was found successful, and they started using Selenium for their applications to test. Then they made this as an open source to contribute to the society. As now you see, we are all taking those benefits. We can find this Selenium free of cost, can be downloaded to any operating system. You can automate any type of applications. I mean, any type means all web applications only, opening on any browser. Okay, but these benefits are restricted in the UFT. What is that? UFT is a licensed tool. You have to pay. Selenium is a free tool, open source. Open source means I can also, if required, if you are good in development, you can modify the source code also. You can make some changes in the software for yourself. UFT is designed only for Windows machine. Selenium, it is available for any operating system. Windows to Linux to Mac, any operating system you can use. Here, Selenium can support different languages, Java, C#, Python, Ruby, everything. Okay. So Selenium supports different programming languages since from Java, but we are going to use Java with Selenium. But UFT don't support all these programming languages. Okay, it uses VB. You have to write the script in the VB script, and only that is understood using UFT. But you have it can automate any type of application. UFT can automate any applications. Maybe it is a desktop application, web application, SAP applications, anything, Oracle applications, everything can be automated with UFT. But Selenium is not like that. Selenium is only meant for web applications to automate. Okay. But that doesn't bring much difference to us, because we see that every application in the industry market is web application. So easily we can use this tool. Okay. Third drawback you can say with Selenium is Selenium don't generate any reports. Okay. Inbuilt reports are not there. It can't generate inbuilt reports. But UFT has a very beautiful reports which comes along with the software. But we need reports. After execution, after the run of your automation, we need reports. To get the reports, we can add the third-party libraries. In the sense, yesterday, if you saw that for working with Excel, we downloaded library, added to the project, and we used it. Same way, with whatever is not possible in Selenium, we have to search for the supportive libraries, add them to the project, and complete. That's how even reports can be generated. You can generate many different reports. There are many reports in the market. Whichever report client is interested into, those libraries you can configure. Got it? So these are the comparison, the two automation tools available, and we are going to go with Selenium. So already we discussed this point, the Selenium history, from where the Selenium is coming and how it's been developed, everything. Now, to know more about Selenium, you can search in the Selenium site. Selenium, as it is not a licensed product, there is no any official site. But we have one website where you can see the Selenium details. Selenium.dev site. In this Selenium dev site, you see here components of Selenium. These are the 3 components of Selenium. Components in the sense, they belong to the Selenium family. You have a Selenium WebDriver, IDE, and Grid, Selenium Grid. So if you're working with either Grid or IDE or WebDriver, you can get the required help from this website. Okay. But when you say Selenium, it's all about actually Selenium WebDriver. The Selenium project is that 99% work is this using this concept of WebDriver. In the course also, we are going to give more interest to this topic of Selenium WebDriver. Maybe 1% can be used by the Grid. And Selenium IDE is only to help the tester. That's it. It is just a plugin which records the script and runs back, where the tester can use this plugin for himself while writing the script of using WebDriver. So we can take at the end of the training the topics of IDE and Grid. Now we will talk only about WebDriver. But before WebDriver was into the industry, The components of Selenium you find here. You have Selenium ID.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which programming languages are supported by Selenium? And your options are Python, JavaScript, and Ruby, or Java, C Sharp, and PHP, or Java, JavaScript, and Python, or C++, C Sharp, and Ruby. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Selenium ID, Selenium WebDriver, Selenium RC is there, and Grid is there. So RC was very first initially was there, but RC is no more now used. Maybe some other way in maintenance projects might be remote control of Selenium. But this RC itself was modified. Some changes were done and renamed to Selenium WebDriver. So Selenium WebDriver, you can say this is a new form of RC. Okay. Now you have here, now what is the version of Selenium which you're using? Earlier, where was there Selenium 2, was there Selenium 3 was there? Now we have Selenium 4 version to work with. We have a version of Selenium is 4. Selenium IDE, that is one component, looks like this. It's like a plugin where you can start recording and stop recording and run the script. We'll see that later. RC was like this. What happened in the RC is you may be writing some program on the Eclipse. Whatever the script you write in the Eclipse, when you say run, as it is a automation, you want that output to be viewed on a browser. This is the output. But how this script interacts with the browser to call and open the application and do it. So there was a server required here, and you need to turn on this server before running your script by the tester. After turning on the server, when you run the program, the script will go through the server, and from the server reaches to the browser to see the output. And whatever is happening on the browser, again the result comes to the server. From here, it is viewed. The output is, you can print it on the console of Eclipse. So server was an intermediate layer through which the communication was happening between the two. So this turned out to be an overhead for a tester every time turning on and off. They thought like, let's modify this Selenium RC by just remove this part. When I remove the server, you have to write this backend code of Selenium in such a way that the script directly communicates with the browser. So there's a direct interaction from your operating system. That became your Selenium WebDriver. So in Selenium WebDriver, we don't have this server now anymore. The script interacts with your browser directly from your operating system with some port number. Okay, so these were some of the changes done in the RC. Then grid is something we said that to run the project on multiple environments. I want to run my Facebook on Mac machine or Linux machine with different browsers. You can do it faster, parallelly. I can run once and I can see the outputs are going on many servers at one time to save time, right? So mainly to do a parallel execution of your project, of your system, you can plan for grid setup. You need many servers and you have to connect them in such a way that they run parallelly. That environment configuration is called as a grid environment. Mainly for parallel testing we use. But before doing all this parallel testing and all those, first of all, your individual script should work correctly. So using WebDriver, we do write the individual functionality automation and make sure your system is working fine. And then if you want to test your system on other browsers simultaneously, that time you can plan for grid. Now it's time to configure the Selenium into our project, because our existing project was capable to work with Java. Now, if I want to write the Selenium related script, it will not understand. You need to give again the set of files, libraries. So Selenium is not a tool, it is a library, it is a set of APIs. API, Application Programming Interface. A set of jar files which I need to download from internet, then add to your project. So from where will I get these APIs? From the same Selenium div site, you can get APIs, but you should select which type of Selenium APIs you need. Because you need to decide whether you're going to use C# automation, Java automation, or Python, which type of automation. Then get the APIs of that type. Because for every programming language, Selenium APIs are different. If I'm planning to work with Java, I need APIs of Selenium with Java. So I should download it, extract it, add to your working project. Okay, that's first step. Then, if I write a script and say run, it should run on a browser. Will I open the browser manually? No. Your script should open the browser with application and do work on it. So how the script opens a browser, how will it trigger a browser from your machine? You need drivers for it. If you're planning to run your script on a IE browser, you should have driver for IE on your system. Just download and keep it in a folder. If you're planning to run your script on a Chrome browser, you should have a Chrome browser driver. Without drivers, no device can work. You should have supportive drivers. See, for example, I have a laptop and I have a mouse. No drivers of mouse. Will my mouse reflect? No. If I have to use the mouse on this machine, I should have that compatibility mouse drivers installed on my machine first. Then it will work. Same way, you say, I have already Chrome browser on my machine. That will not help to automate. Your script can't call that Chrome browser directly. You should have a driver for it. And the driver should be used in the script. You'll understand what is that. We'll do that. So we are going to configure Selenium now for Java. What I do is I go to that Selenium div site. I need this WebDriver files. So you have down here downloads option. Go to the downloads. So in this downloads, if you just scroll, grid is there. Maybe later we will work on it. Scroll down. You find here Selenium client and language bindings. If for different technologies, you have this Selenium bindings. If for C# you have Ruby, you have Java, you have the stable versions are there. Selenium 4 is there, released on this date. Even if you want to see the documentation of Selenium, you have your API docs. I can just open on a new link. So as I want Selenium for Java, I click on this link. That's a zip file you get, download it. So meanwhile, I'll take a new package. Let that happen. Code is over. I'm going to that file location, and second step is extracting. You can create one more subfolder in that file location, in that folder for Selenium. We kept on, I believe, on desktop, new jars. In this new jars, I'll create a new folder for Selenium. Okay, I say okay. So I go to the desktop, all jars. Here is the Selenium extracted. Within that, you see lot many jar files are there. Along with this, some are in the lib folder also. So everything keep in one place and add to the project. So I copy these files, lib, save it, paste. Now these files I'll add to my project. Already I have this set of files. Now configuration to the project. This is my Intel new is a project name. I click on it as we did yesterday. Same process. Going to properties. Going for Java build path. Under the libraries, add them. I told you yesterday, if you are Java 1.8 user, you can add them directly. Other than 1.8 Java participants, you have to select class path option and then add external jars. Class path. When you say add external jars, browse to the location where you have your file. Okay. So I have kept my file, jar downloads. For Selenium 4 version, in the lib, I have all files. Control A, select all. Files got added, apply and close. The configuration is also over. Now you're good to write Selenium related code script. Okay. This is one step. Next step is you have to add the libraries. Okay. Second step is what? As per this configuration, I need the supportive libraries, drivers for opening the Chrome. Now you plan which browser you're going to work with. On your machine, you should have that browser installed. If you're working with Chrome, you should have Chrome already installed, or Safari, Edge, whichever browser you are planning to execute. So I have a Chrome browser there on my system. If I want to automate on Chrome, my applications, I need a Chrome driver. To get the driver, you can just, so I say second step is browser drivers. I want for Chrome, you search for the Chrome driver. Go over here, download Chrome driver for WebDriver you can type. Then too you will get it here, Chrome drivers for, see here. So you can find here the downloads link. Lot of versions are there. Your driver versions 1.109, 1087, even older releases are here down. Now, which one to select? Always select a driver matching with your existing Chrome version. You know, all the times frequently your Chrome browser version updates. So first check your Chrome browser version. So I can check about Chrome. I see that right now my Chrome version is 1085 something. So you should take a driver matching with this number. Then only it will trigger this browser. So 108 is here. So go for that link. Take according to your operating system the zip file, whether Linux, Mac or Windows. So I'm working on Windows. So I take this zip file. You get a download. After download, extract it. So I don't do now because already you know the process. Download it. And when you say extract, only one exe file I get. So when you're extracting, extract it to a separate folder called drivers. You know, I'll show you. So we created one separate folder named drivers. In this drivers, I keep all types of drivers. So once the downloaded zip file, when I extract, I get this file, one file. If you're working on for Firefox, when you download Firefox, this is the driver which I get. If I want a driver for IE browser, this is a driver. These are extracted files. Similarly, for Safari, Edge, you should search for that driver and keep it in this one of the folder. Don't add this to your project. Just keep it in one folder. Okay, is this right? Okay, so I have the drivers as well as the jars are configured. It's ready to write the small script. So automation script, where I'll write it? In a Java class. If I want to run this class, I should have a main method. So in a Java class, within the main method, I'll write the script. What type of script? First, I need to open the browser. How to open the browser? You have an exe file. Exe file will call the browser. So with the browser exe file will call the browser. Once browser is open, you open the application. And then after that, start automation. So at least these two steps are mandatory everywhere. We'll create the Java class. So I go to the package, new, class name, launch, main method. Here to call the browser with exe file, how do I give the exe file which is present in one folder for me to this class of Java? There is one class called system, you know that, system.out.println, we've been using it. So system is a class where you have lot of methods in it. Okay, when you say system dot S capital, you know that's a class of Java. You have lot of methods over here. We were using out for printing. But in the same way, if I want to pass some information to system class of Java, we have a method called set property. You can give some property, and where is that property? Location, both in a string form. Key and a value, both are in string form. I use this pattern method. I need to give the exe file of the downloaded browser to this. Now I have to give a key. The key here is like a Chrome. It is for opening the Chrome browser. So here the key will be WebDriver, everything in smaller case. WebDriver dot Chrome dot driver, stating that this is a WebDriver Chrome exe file. Okay, this is the Chrome exe file. Now Chrome exe file, where is it? It's in the file location in this path. So I have to give this path. Along with that, you should also mention the file name. What is the file name? You can also go for the properties of it. The file name, don't forget the extensions. If you are a Mac user, extension may not be necessary. If you are for other users, extension is required. So I give here drivers, that's a folder, file name with exe. This is the path where I will find the driver, and this is the key given to your system class. Semicolon terminated. Done. Means your system came to know where is the browser driver. Now with that browser driver, it will call the browser. How? Java is an object oriented. Everything you need object. For example, if I have a class demo, I'm creating object for it, means this is how we create object. The pattern, syntax. Object name D is created with this constructor, and D is of type demo class. Now same pattern if I follow, now I need one object. I'll not say D, A, fancy names. We always keep object name as driver. Because every tester understands driver means object. Constructor. You need a constructor. You need a constructor to call the Chrome browser. So from where will I get it? You can see the documentation. I told I'm opening one document. This is the document opened from this API docs. You see a lot of packages are there. From this package, one of the package which we are going to study is this OpenQA Selenium, first one. Click on it. You get a lot of interfaces and predefined classes. One of the interface which we are studying is a WebDriver. This WebDriver controls your outside browsers. So go to this WebDriver. It's an interface. This interface is implemented by a lot of classes. These all are the classes. If you're working with Chrome browser, all information will be in this Chrome class. If I click on it, the class, you're coming to the Chrome class. In the Chrome class, you see there are constructors. In this constructor, default constructor parameterized are there. If you want to work with this class, you need to create object with the help of this constructor. So I took the constructor used here. The driver object is created with this help of constructor. The type of this object, or normally we keep the class name only itself is a class object name this way. We keep class name of Chrome only over here. Now is okay, fine. But tomorrow, if you're planning to work with Firefox or Internet Explorer, I'm coming back to the WebDriver. Firefox, IE, they will have their own classes. That time I have to keep changing this class name. Not only that, if I keep to Chrome driver, the methods which I get to see with this driver are only from Chrome. We don't want like that. We want the methods coming from WebDriver, because WebDriver has these methods of finding the element, opening the title, everything. These methods we need. So to get the methods from WebDriver, your class object type should be of type WebDriver. Here, not class name, interface name. The meaning of this is driver is created with this constructor, class constructor, but the type of this object is WebDriver. Okay, simple. One more example. If I say integer x is 9, means what? X is a variable holding right now 9, but x type is integer. Same way, driver type is WebDriver, but right now driver is pointing to Chrome. I hope that's clear. Now import all these red lines, mouse over, you see import. Because already you added Selenium jar files, you'll get all these imports. Now your object is there. These two lines are enough to call a browser, Chrome browser. When you say run as application, so you see automatically a Chrome browser will come for as an output of your script. This is calling the Chrome browser. This is the driver version which is there installed, downloaded from the website. Using this driver of this version, it's going to open the Chrome. It is still in execution. And you can see down our browser is opened. This is your browser as an output of your script. And you see there's some line over the browser script written. Chrome is being controlled by some test software. Means this is not a real browser. It's an output of a script. My real browser is here. Okay. But this browser is just a copy of it called by your exe file. Browser exe file. On this, once this is ready, you can give the instructions of opening application and so on. Now, how is this interacting? You see here, starting the Chrome browser with this exe file and using through a port number. This port number is not constant. Every time it keeps changing. Whichever port is available at that time, using that port, it starts communicating. So you can see Chrome is getting started successfully. It creates a session, handshakes, everything. This is only to start the browser, these instructions. These are not errors. So any type of browser you can launch, but you should have that actual browser and the driver for it. Already this configuration done. How to set the jar files, those steps are given here. You don't need to follow these steps as it is, as we have done in the session. You can just follow that. Otherwise, you will get confused. So we have used here object. This is for Firefox. And this is a URL to open the URL. This is a statement. So what is this WebDriver driver, new Chrome driver? The message is, and this is for the class constructor. This is an object and this is an interface. System set property, the key and the path. So if you want to launch a Chrome browser, these are the two instructions. Okay, the key and the path. If you want to work with this Firefox, this is the pattern. The key will change. WebDriver, Gecko driver, and the exe file for your Firefox, and the object should be a WebDriver only, but constructor will change according to Firefox. Because here in the documentation, if I want to go to Firefox, you check here. In the class of Firefox, you see the constructor is there, default. This is the constructor which I've used here for creating object. If you're working with IE browser, key is changing, path will, whatever the file name, and object will be for Internet Explorer driver. Opera, if you're going, change the key, Opera driver exe file, and object also Opera. So this way, whichever browser you want to launch, these changes you have to do. So once after your application is launched, the title and URL is picked and here displayed. Because you're printing it out, it's here. This is your URL, this is the message, and this is your title. Now, if I want to verify this title, you want to validate it. So always for validation, what we use, if-else statement. So you can validate either title or URL, anything you can validate using if-else statement. Using if-else statement. Else block, if you want to keep, you can add. If what? The actual title which is there in this variable, if it is matching with, so here for condition verification, you see all our string class methods of Java. I can use matches method where it is going to match with another string which you will be providing. So that providing string is nothing but expected. What client is expecting, I can share here. Now, what client is expecting, if I want to pass this class, the client is expecting this title. Suppose as it is the title, I can pick here. This is the expected title. If the actual title matching with this, then I can print out saying valid application. Else, you can say invalid application. This way you can do a matching. As you run, it will validate and say valid, because actual title from the application matching with expected. If there is a mismatch, it will fail the condition, goes to the else block to run. So you can see here, it is printing us valid app, because the condition, the actual and title, expected title are same. It's printing this. What if I give expectation is sign up 1, 2, 3, which will not match with this actual value? Then it will lead to the else block printing invalid. So this way you can launch any application.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
So let us take a new class. If I want to log in to certain application, so I say login demo is our class name. Now you have to write those initial steps of system set property all the time as you want to invoke the browser. So that's the reason we will be including here system.set property and the path, the location where is my browser driver. So these 3 lines are required. Set property, the key for Chrome browser, and this is the path where I have a browser driver exe file. After that, you create an object of type WebDriver, but right now driver is pointing to the Chrome browser. So this is an object for Chrome browser. With this object, I call the method. As you place a dot, you find the method. To open the URL, this is your URL get method, and provide your application for testing URL. So this will open the application. Once the application is launched, you want to check the title URL. You have to work with the same object driver because the application is pointed by driver and you want to get the information over that application. So driver is the pointer. So you can find here driver dot, a method is there, get title, which providing you string output. I can display this title into a variable if you want to save that to a variable. So we are not deciding anything on our own. So you can find the definition when you mouse over on the method. You can see the method name with no input and output is string. Okay, so output is string. One second. Right. So now we were talking about the method definition. You can find as you mouse over on it. It's a string output. Input is nothing, and this is a method coming from WebDriver interface that in turn belongs to this package. As it provides a string output, you must save it to a reference variable of type string class. So this is about title, that's my variable. The information is in this variable now. You want to display it, either you can display it, system out, the title is, you can add some text to it, concatenate it with this variable. Title is this way, or you can also do a validation. Okay, so validation in this is using if-else statement we do, right? In if-else statement, you have to, if needs the answer in the form of Boolean, if the condition is true or false. What is my condition right now? I want to verify the application title matches with expected title. Now application title is right now in this variable. Okay, I can take the variable reference, or in some cases, if you don't go with the variable concept, I can take this method itself in this position. Driver.getTitle, I can write directly in the if statement. So if the data in this variable is matching with, this is a string class method of Java, matches with another expected string, what we are expecting, and the output of this comparison will be a Boolean, which is the input needed for if statement. So matches with what expected, string form. I have to give the actual title. Now actual title, now how would I get an actual title? If you're working in real time, you'll have a document and everything will be shared with you. But right now I'm testing this application. What is the actual title? To get it, you should know the HTML. You should go into the HTML code of it. To see the HTML code of this page, I can inspect it just by right-clicking and say inspect. You will find a HTML code open there in the developer tool. This is down part is a developer tool. Even with F12, you can open it. Now, you have all the headings will be in the head part. You know, HTML head, body, and different tags over there. To see the header, I need to go to the head option, header tag, and then find for a tag of title. Here I see the title tag. The text is here. Before closing of the title tag, the text is available. I copy that text. This is the actual text right now for the Facebook. I picked it from there. I add it for comparison. Means if the application title, if it matches with this title, I would say valid page. Valid application launched. If you want, you can add an else block, otherwise optional. I can continue only with if block. What happens if this condition is true, it will print it. If condition turned to false, it will not do anything. Just continue the other statements out of the block, right? Similarly, I want to display the URL, correct URL of the launched application. So if I want to display without help of any variable, I can print it inside the sysout statement driver dot get source code, HTML code, get the current URL. So this is your URL, correct? I believe up till here we discussed. So it's only to print the result on the console. So this is your actual title because you said system out to get the title, then validation happened with this statement. After that, printing the URL of the application. So this is what your simple functionality. Now, if I'm going to continue from here onwards to do a login functionality, if I want to do a login to your application, the first step is you have to find the email field and type some data to it, enter the data to it, right? If I want to find the email, anything on the application, this is my application, we need to see the HTML code of the email. So it's very difficult for me right now, even though I have the complete HTML of this page here, it is difficult for me to find where is the email HTML code. Therefore, I can easily pick the HTML from by doing this way. Go to your element, target web element, right click on it and say inspect. That will highlight the target web elements HTML. I'm calling everything as web element on the website. The elements on the website are known as web elements. Maybe image, maybe it is a text, label, button, anything. They are web elements. The email web element is here. You need to understand the first word always stands to be the tag name. Input is a tag name right now. And the tag is closing over here. In between, whatever you see, these are the different properties or attributes used to define this text box on the website by the developers. Developer have decided to go with these properties, use these properties to design this text box. We are not going to edit them. We are going to just pick what we want from this list. Now you see here, type is one property, class is one property, having some values for them. Name is another property, ID, test ID, placeholder. Okay, all these are properties. Now, out of so many properties, which one to use? So in automation, we have a list which we will follow and use it. Now, as you know, as a person, I have different features. My name is there, surname is there, designation, location, IDs. So, but which we prefer normally? The name, just the name. If name is duplicating, then we go with the surname along with it. Otherwise, we use some other reference to make it a unique. Similarly, here, in spite of having so many properties, which one we will use? So the sequence is, I'll show you, that is called as a web element locators. So for automation, we have a set of locators. What are the locators? In some cases, I can take class name. In some cases, I can take name if it is available and having a stable value. In some cases, I can take an ID. In some cases, I can take even this tag name also. Right? So this is my sequence of, the list of locators. So right now, 4 possibilities are there. Tag name, class, name, and ID. But I would start first preference with the ID. If ID is available and having a stable value for it, I go for it. If ID is not there, or if along with ID I have an unstable dynamic changing value, then I'll go with the name locator. If name is not there or an ID is not there, maybe I can try with class name. So that way you can, after inspecting your target element, look forward for the unique property and pick your locator and value. Get it? So now for email, after inspecting, I found ID is there with email value. So it seems to be constant, stable. So I pick this value. Just I'm selecting, copied. Value is copied. I come to my script and find it first. First, find the element on the website, launched website. So as the element is on the website, driver is the reference now. Driver dot. We have a method to find a single web element is here. Find element. You have to give some input. The input means the properties which you plan to use, that will be the input. Output you get as a web element. It's a class. WNE capital. So take this method. Give the input as by, B capital. By how? You get couple of locators here. These are the locators I was talking about. Their meaning is by how will you find that web element? Whether is it by class name or CSS way or ID, link text, name, partial link text, tag name or XPath. These are the 8 locators we have and we use in automation. So I'm finding this particular web element with ID. So the value of that ID give as a string input. So within double quotations, the value which I picked, email is given, semicolon. Now output of this find element is what? Take giving by input, you're getting an output of web element, right? So this way I assign it to the left side to a variable of type web element. Import your class. This is my email found already. Now you need to enter data to the email. So take this reference. Email is now referred with UNM. Take this reference dot. Now you get couple of methods from web element class because UNM is of type web element. Now what to be done on this web element? Entering the data. So to enter the data, we have a method is send keys always. Everywhere, anywhere, to pass some input, we use send keys method. So as you keep using them, you will understand which method to select. You're typing nothing here. Just after the dot, you're selecting the method. But which method to select? After a couple of practice, some practice if you do, you will remember those methods. And that method, you will select it. Now, what is the data I'm going to enter? Some input I have passed as a string. This is the data given to email. So this process continues. If you need to find the next web element, password. You need to inspect the password on your application. Right click, inspect. Here you see, it's again having a tag input and properties are there again, something similar. Name is there, ID is there. So ID I could see still stable. Passes a value, pick it, come to your script. Same process. Driver dot find element by dot with the value. Okay, so once the password is identified, you need to enter the data, call the same method, similar method, password is a web element now, send keys. And the data which you enter is here. That's it. Now if you can continue again to find the log option, inspect it. After inspecting, you see the button is there. The tag name is button now. You have some properties of value, class, name, right? Type, even ID is there. So I could see ID as well, but if you observe the value of ID, okay, value of ID, that's something U05, maybe tomorrow when you inspect the same log, the value might be different. So I'm saying because I have already observed it, so I can say this value is changing. So you can do yourself that experiment and see today after some hours, few hours, you can see this value changes of ID. That indicates this value is not stable on the Facebook. So maybe I can also doubt sometimes if I see this kind of combinations with character, number, underscore pattern, it is, you need to observe it and see that whether they are stable throughout or changing. So such changing data we don't rely on. I should avoid taking this kind of property. See that if I'm changing every day my name, that's not a right property. It should be something unique, stable. Because if I find the element with this value, it will run right now. But maybe tomorrow my script fails because the application property value is different and my script holding value is different. So it will not find the log button. Because see, whatever you have written, how is it will execute it? Whatever you're using here, this should match with the launched application property. Launched application property, if they both are matching, it is found and then it passes the data which you enter. Okay. So in this case, I would avoid ID and I'm planning to use name. So I copy the name locator value. We say find the element. Driver dot find the element. By dot, you see name. Name, and whatever the name you value you copy, just take that. The same pattern, web element. Now this log button is not for entering the data, right? It's a click. So you can find a click method there. Just call the method, that's it. This is your login code. What is the full form? These are variables. Username, password, log. I took the variable name, reference names, that's it. Anything you can give, but just meaningful some names. Because the output of this method is stored into this variable. Because method is giving web element as output, I kept a variable of type web element. So I enter the data, password as well, log button clicked, and you see the page is loading on top. It's taking some time to load. Anyways, the credentials are not valid. We'll throw error message at last. But as per the steps we provided, it's doing a login. This is the next screen. Okay. So a couple of methods we added over here, like get method, to open the URL. Get is one method. Then title, you see URL, get current URL, find element, send keys, and click. So these are few methods we learned. Fine. Now next, what we'll do is, okay, after entering the password, I thought that was the wrong password I entered. I want to erase it. So I can erase the data from the password. Why data type is what? It's a method. This find element is a predefined method. It has the output of web element. That's the reason I'm giving web element, because what you're finding with that property, this is what you're finding. Username field, text box, this button, what they are web element. So in Selenium, everything method is predefined. They got along with your downloading of Selenium libraries. So this method always takes the by input and gives web element output. You're finding web elements, right? Okay, this is the console, whatever the result you printed. So what we are doing right now is, after finding the password, you enter one set of data. I want to erase it. So here I can ask for same password web element dot, we have a clear method to erase the data. After clearing the data, I want to re-enter the new data. So password dot, again you can call the send keys and pass the new input. Okay, some new input I have entered. But this happens very fast. Execution takes place very fast. You want to slow down the execution between each action. You can call the Java's way. This is not the recommended, but for time being, we are using it. Thread dot, a temporary solution for now. Pause for a second time. 1 second. So this leads to your compile time exception. Interrupted exception. So you can handle with try catch. For time being, I'm just forwarding it to the JVM with throws. Throws the exception. Similarly, after clearing the data, let's pause there for a second and re-enter the new data. So this is for the password we did. So whenever you have a plan of doing a lot of changes to a single web element, it's always good to find that web element and save to a variable. If you save it to a reference variable, it's very easy with that reference variable do different actions. If you have a plan that the element is used only once soon after finding it, then you may not need this variable. Like for example, I assume that email is required only once. What I do, I say driver find element. Driver find element. Immediately without storing it to a variable, I can call the next method on it. So after finding the element, you are supposed to enter the data, send keys, right? So send keys, whatever the input you want to plan to enter. Now after send keys, can I call anything? As I placed a dot, nothing you can find. Yes, nothing you can call after send keys. Why? Because send keys method is returning void. Void means nothing. When there is nothing, how can you do some action on nothing? You can't. So send keys always return void. You can't call any methods after that. But find element is returning web element. On that web element, I'm good to call send keys. So if you have, if you're going to use that element only once, find it, immediately do the action. Or you want to do couple of activities on it, find the element, save to a variable, and then recall the variable. So either way is fine. You plan according to what is your task is. So let's erase the data now and run. The data is erased and you can check here also. So it's a new data which it has entered and it tries to log. Okay, we have some methods like close and quit. To see the difference between close and quit, I need a scenario where you can find some two windows coming up. Then you can check that. For that example, we need to go to a next screen. You can also find this link. You can work with this link, images, text, anything. Just you have to check the HTML code. Inspect it. Now for links, always you see anchor tag is a tag name A, and which it is having right now property as href. Href means once I click on this link, where will I get referred to, which URL? That's here. And then I don't have name ID over here, but before closing of anchor tag, I see a text here. Forgotten password ? And this is called as a link text. Because this text same matches with your website link text. It will be an exact copy of it. So with this text also I can find the element. This link, that's a web element. I can find it based on this text as well. We'll say that. So we'll take one more example. Now, after inspecting the link, I'm just copying this text. Find the element. By dot, you can find a locator called link text. Using this link text locator, find it. Provide the text within as a string. Soon after finding this web element, I don't want to take any variable. I'll do the direct action on it, a click. So you can see the link gets clicked. Even after click, you can't call any methods because click is giving void. So that's the last method. And as you run, you can find the link on the website is clicked. This your link got clicked. Okay, so there is one more locator called as a link text. What is it? Driver dot find element by dot. Link text is one, another is partial link text. Partial link text means give the partial data. This is your complete text. I don't want to give complete text. Give the partial text. Why partial? Maybe only with password question mark I want to find the element, not with forgotten. In such case, what will happen is tomorrow if the developers remove this word forgotten and keep here info password, get password, recover password, means the first word is not stable. It may change, but this last word is going to keep constant. So you are finding this web element based only on the last word. So using the partial link text locator. Find the element with partial link text. This is the partial link text with a space and question mark and do the click. So this also leads to the same operation. So link text, partial link text are the two locators only designed for links, anchor tags. For others, you can't use. For label, I mean, for text boxes, buttons, if you have some text also, I can't use these two locators. We have XPath for it. These two locators are only for hyperlinks. That's clear, team?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which method is used to locate elements in the Selenium WebDriver? And your options are find element, locate element, get element, or search element. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
The next one, you see there is a button here. I'm trying to work on this now. I'm not able to find inspect. Sometimes happens. In such cases, what you can do is you can manually open the somewhere else the developer tool. And on the developer tool, there is a pointer icon on the left side where my mouse is. Click on that pointer and focus on your target element and click. Once you do that, you can see your element is available. So I can see it is as a button, but here the tag is A, anchor tag. But anchor tag is playing a role of a button, okay, having some class, href, ajaxif something, and data power, that's it. So I don't see anything useful information for me right here. But I can see this button A can be expanded. Observe it and expand. As I expanded, you see a text is inside it. Create new account is a text which you see on the button also, which is actually basically it is a link. So as it is a link A tag, to find this web element based on this text, I can use link text or partial link text. Get it? So here, driver dot find element by dot, I can say link text, create new account and do the click. So once I do the click on this manually, I see it is taking some time to display this sign up screen. It's taking time. So your script also need to be controlled in that way. Otherwise, it will never give any time to pause there. It will just run. If that element sign up is not found, it will throw error. Your program will fail. Okay. So for that, I'll be using your thread.sleep. Wait for a second or 2 seconds you can give based on the application behavior. Pause here and then look forward for a sign up. You're on the sign up now. On the sign up, these are simple text boxes. You can inspect them and find and interact with it. So I'm going with these links right now. So I can see terms link, policy, cookies policy link. So what happens if I click on one of the link, it is opening that page on a new tab, on a new window. It's not on the same window. Sometimes it can be as a tab or a new window entirely. Both are the same. So this is a child window now. So parent window is here. If I open terms again opening on a new window, new tab. So if such behavior is there, that time I can see the difference between close and quit method. Getting? So what I have to do is to bring that new tab, first inspect one of the element and click. So I'm going for the privacy policy. It is an anchor tag. Okay, it is an anchor tag having ID and also link text. Link text is also there. So here you can use to find this policy link, you can use link text, partial link text, and also you can go for ID. So I'll just pick the ID and work with this. My next statement is driver find element by dot ID and the value. This element I won't directly provide a click. So by this time, when I click, you will find a new window coming up. So let's pause here as well. Let's pause here for 2 seconds. Let us pause. After pausing there for 2 seconds, I will see a new window. 2 tabs are there. Now I would plan to use a close method, driver.close. So you can see that 2 tabs came, and because of close method, the child window is open, but parent window is closed. Got it? This policy is there, but Facebook is closed. The reason is close always terminates the main instance which you have launched with get. With the get method, whichever application you have opened, that application gets terminated. And in that journey of your whatever the automation you have written, if any window is coming up because of any web element clicking, they are not assumed or they are not considered. Only the main instance is considered with the close. So you can find here, what does the close does? It will close the active browser, which it has launched the application. Now on the other hand, you have a quit. Quit method closes the all browsers that are open with WebDriver during execution and every associative window also. Because during execution time, because of some element or link clicking, one window came up. Even they are going to get terminated if I use here quit. Driver dot, you can find a quit method. If you know the method name, you can type it, you'll find it, filters out. Quit. So in short, quit is something closing parent window, child window, entire, everything, all the references. But close will always terminate the main reference, main WebDriver reference. Two windows came up and both got terminated with quit. So that's the main difference between close and quit. Sometimes they ask in interview because we feel both are same, but we get confused what exactly is it. Okay, these are few more methods in the list. Now this is about HTML. All these web elements you can find, every web element, button, image, links, checkboxes, radio buttons. And here are your element locators. You can find your element with name, with ID, class name also, tag name also, link text, partial link text, CSS, this we'll see later, and XPath creation. These are your 8 locators. And we started already working with them. This is the syntax how to use a ID. If ID is there, find element by ID and send data. What is ID? What is driver? Meanings are also provided. Okay, so we worked up till here name and ID up till now. Now on this web page, my requirement is to find this search option, enter some keyword, and I get the links, possible links of it. This is what I have to do. So initially launch the application, take your proper URL, and then now it's to find the search, correct? Find search option. Now you need to inspect the search field initially. Right click, say inspect. This is the search information. Search is having a tag of input. Class is there, J action, max length, name is there. Okay. You see there is no ID. ID is not there. So for us, you can go with name property, which is having a value Q, and also class is there. I can also try with class name. If I want to try with class name, take the value driver find element by dot class name within string, provide that value. This is your web element. Let me just take it to a variable. I can pass the data there itself, web element. Next, what is that? To the same search field, I need to enter the data, right? You have to type the data. Search dot send keys. And here I'm typing Java. Now, once I type, will it perform the action? No. As I type Java, I need to give enter key from my keyboard at least. Type enter from my keyboard. Then it will process, send the request to the server. Or I can call some methods. I have to click here. But clicking, if it is some button is there, I can click, find it and say click. But otherwise, I can give from my keyboard enter key. So to give an enter keys were given to the same search field, right? Therefore, to the same search field dot send keys. How to give an instruction from keyboard? Using a class called keys, K capital. Keys is an enumerated class. You can find all your keyboard actions here. I'm giving enter key. Okay. Type Java, send keys Java, and to the same field send keys, the instruction keys.enter. If you want to do both these steps in one go, also you can do it by calling this method, put a comma and type here keys.enter. This way also you can give send keys. So you can find the possible links over there after the search. Okay. So also, you can do with, you have couple of more methods. Search dot, there's a method called submit. Like click only submit works. But the meaning of submit is you take this information and send it to the server. When you say click, it will not bother about the rest of the information along with it. It will just do click. on the button. But submitting the form means what? Submitting some registration detail means along with these details, take it to the server. So this also will work same way. You can try. Well, so these are about your submit. Maybe in this submit, when I click submit, you come here. Now from here, I want to just go back to my first screen, search screen. Now, how do I navigate back? You have in here navigation options, back, forward, you can do, correct? Back, forward, refresh. But if I want to automate them in some cases, there is no inspect option because these components don't belong to Google. They are your Chrome options. So you don't get any inspect property of it, but we may need them in some scenarios. Therefore, Selenium has provided us direct methods to interact with them. So we'll see that. So after submitting, I need to move backward. Okay, after submit, you need to reach backward. So the launch application is here, the driver is here. So you need to interact with the driver dot. You can call the manage method, manage dot, sorry, not manage, dot navigate method, which gives a navigation class reference. It's a class. Navigate dot, you see now methods from navigation class, back option, refresh, here forward to some URL, you can redirect the link. So as we want to navigate back, so let us add some time as well because to see the slow execution. Then from there you want to move forward, driver dot navigate dot forward, take a time. Then you want to refresh the page or navigate to some other URL. Navigate to some URL. So maybe this time I want to open this URL from the Google. Okay. So it navigated and redirected to your required URL as well. So these are some of the couple of the navigation methods. Now tag name is something in a very rare scenario we use. Like maybe this is not for finding one element. I want to see how many links are there on this page. I have searched for Google, a Java word. I got so many links here. All these are links only, right? So I want to know how many links are there. Then, every link will have a tag of a tag. Then I can find with tag name and get couple of links. So maybe here, I'll just stop this action. After submission, find the links. Find the links count. Then find first of all the links. Many links you'll get. Each link is a web element. Up till now, you were finding single web element. Now you have to find many web elements. So the tag is A. So I can call here driver dot find multiple elements. Multiple elements by giving the details, and output is not single element, many web elements. As many input web elements you get, you should put in a collection type list. We already discussed collections, type list and set, right? So it is compulsory output should be in the form of list of web element, generic is web element. Take it, how you're finding it, by dot. I'm using a tag name. What is the tag name? A, anchor tag. Output of this method is list of web element. Give some object name for it of this type. So I say this is all element. Import your classes from Java util. Now you got your list object. Now you work. You know what are the methods of list set. You can add something, clear. You can delete, get, iterate. But I don't need all these methods in this case. I just want Already methods are, elements are added to the list, whichever you have found it. I need to know the count, how many elements are there. So size method giving integer output. So this int value, I count, suppose. I want to just display that. Count is, you got your 144 links are there on that page. Okay, working with XPath. So you know, XPath is another way of finding the element. This XPath is very helpful. Okay, so XPath is very helpful when you have no direct locators based on something other property you want to find the element, then you have to use XPath. For example, like, you know, maybe if you're finding any element, I don't have any direct property. I assume there is no name also. Okay, but something based on this value is equal to 1 or some other information type is equal to submit. Based on this information, if you want to find the log button, then you have to create XPath. Not only on that, if some text is there, so if I expand the button, there is a text login. But login to use, this is tag name is not anchor tag, it's a button. But how do I use a text over written on the button? Then you have to write XPath. Okay, you have to write XPath. You can write XPath on your own, but initially as a learner, you may need some help of a plugin, which creates and shows you the way how to create XPath. So we have a couple of plugins here for XPath. Like CrowPath, we will be using this CrowPath, and other plugins are not supported for the current versions of Chrome and Firefox. These plugins I can't use right now because they are for the very old versions of Firefox. But CrowPath I can use to either to Chrome browser and also for Firefox. And if you're working on Edge or something, you can use F12. You can directly see the property. Okay. Now I have to install the CrowPath. To install the CrowPath, I go to Google and say download. I just say CrowPath for Chrome. I'm adding it to the Chrome browser. When I say CrowPath for Chrome, you see a web store there. I just go to the web store. It's an extension. This is your CrowPath. You will find here the option add to Chrome. You just click on it. As I have already added it, it's showing me remove from Chrome. So you just add it to the Chrome. You can see here CrowPath will be added in the extension list. If you want, you can pin up. Okay, that's all. So CrowPath is available. After CrowPath available, you will find the CrowPath. As you inspect any web element, you'll find the CrowPath on the right side. Style, computed layout. Here you'll find CrowPath. If CrowPath still not visible, you can close your browser and open again. Okay. After adding the extension. Now, if I want the path of this element, I can select CrowPath. It will show us the possible paths. Relative path, this is the relative path and absolute path of that target element. So relative path, if I edit, you see here it is highlighted also. If I click enter, it's showing one element found, which we expect. How is it creating? It is creating on the property ID with a number. I say this ID is not stable. Let's not use it. Now, if you want to work with name, the same XPath, you can also work. Let me just make a note here. Now, right now, what we got is a relative path. Okay, I don't want to use ID. So let us check with name is equal to login. How do I modify this? As per the syntax of XPath, first comes always double slash and the tag name. Tag name for this is button. Within square bracket, as I'm using one property at the rate, the property name equals to, in single quotes, the value, and square bracket close. The red indicates syntax error. When I click now, it's still finding that element. So this is also a possible path you can use. Now, if you're interested to use this text on the element, I copy this text. I have to now change the pattern within square bracket. As you're using text simple bracket equals to the text. One element found. This is another syntax. So you should remember, if any property you're using, you should use @ and the property name. If I'm using based on text keyword should be there equals to, means exactly the same text you're finding the element. Tomorrow, if the text is maybe login app or login application, in is not constant, then I can use partial link text. I can use a keyword called contains. Contains within simple bracket text, comma, single quotes within the text. Now still again, I can see containing text. It's not full-fledged exact text, but contains. This is also another syntax. All other relative XPaths. Getting? Now what is absolute XPath? The absolute XPath is giving the, still one element is found. I copy this. You observe the absolute path. It's a very lengthy path to reach only the button. But the button don't have any property. You just gave the index. The button under this div, under this form, under this, you're going it which is under the HTML body. So absolute path always starts with single slash, which always points the root location. But relative path, you start with double slash, means you don't start from the home location. You start from intermediate. You find button on the page having this property or having this text. Here you say you find something on the page by just going through this direction and reach to the button. So this is a lengthy path. So always we avoid using relative paths. We always prefer to use absolute path we avoid, relative paths we prefer. So this is how you have to create a relative path. Now how to use this relative path? Maybe login we did somewhere here. Here for login button, right? So instead of this, I can use this path. Maybe text, contains text also you can use. Driver dot find element by dot. Now you see XPath. XPath in a text paste the complete path which you found, and one web element is found already. Click. That's it. Only the locator is changed. Earlier you were using name. Now I used XPath. Only thing is you should be able to find the path, correct path. Usage is the same. So XPaths we come across in multiple stages. We'll be using. I'll be explaining you that syntax and use it in this functionality. Okay. So we have added these plugins not available now. Is this clear? Any questions? So in the module 3, we already aware of using a get method, current, get title, right? Get text. To get some text of your web element, you can use it. Okay. Now log button, you have found it, right? So this I would, what I'll do is I'll take this web element and I'll just switch it down. Let me take help of a variable now, because I want to show you after finding the log button, log is having some text written over it. I want this text to be displayed. So what you can do is log, that's a web element dot. You want text. So there is a method get text string output. So if you want to print it out, system out, print the text of that web element. and do the login, right? So get text is anything, any text you find on the web element, you can use that. So after printing the text only, it's clicking on login. See, here is the text. Login is the text displayed. Okay. So get text, you can use get tag name. There's no use of the tag name because tag name is something button. In some cases, if you want to verify, get the tag of that inspected element, you can use this method, tag name. See, the syntax is also given here. One web element you found, that web element's tag name I want, that ELE dot get tag name. In the string, you'll find the tag. Get CSS value, attribute. These are not used methods, but they are available in some cases. You can use attribute means which property you used, ID, name, XPath, that is called attribute. Submit we already discussed. Page source code means you want the HTML code to be displayed on the console. No need of it. What will I do with HTML code? I can inspect and see it. No need to close and quit with it. Navigation methods, forward, backward movement. We're refreshing the page. Okay. Different ways of send keys. Send after finding the element, send keys data. Okay. And send keys data with some instructions from keyboard. We did by calling the keys class. Also multiple keys combination you can do. Means I do Alt Control Delete. Means 2-3 keys I may use. That time data with keys.cod means a combination. Keys.cod, in that you pass your multiple keys. So during execution, all these keys will be combined along with data and submitted. I mean given to that element. So different syntax of send keys you find here. Clear method, done. Click is over. Now, status methods we'll see. I want to see the status of a web element, any web element. So we have 3 status methods: is enabled, is selected, is displayed. Okay. Maybe now I'll take this Google and I'm looking for this image. Status related methods here. Launch the application. Find the image. Inspect it. This is the image. IMG is a tag. Class is there. Alt, source. That's it. Height, width. There is no ID, no name, no text. Nothing. Only class is there. So with class name, I can find the image. You can use directly driver find element by class name, or you can create path also with class name. So let us see with XPath. So it's giving directly one path to reach the image. I don't want to use this, neither absolute path. Based on class, I'll find it. So what is the tag name? IMG. Write it. As we know the syntax, IMG within square bracket, the property add class equals to, in single quotes, the value. So you see, one element is found and it's highlighted as well. So this path I can use for finding the image. This is the web element. Let us take a reference of it. IMG is the name I give. Now what I want to check? I want to check is image is there on the screen, because anyways I can't click on it. It's only representing the site. So is it there on the page? Is it enabled or is it selected? You can find the methods. Image dot. You can find in this list the 3 status methods here. Is displayed. Boolean outputs you get. Is the web element displayed? Yes or no. So the output I can take it Boolean. Data type. S1 is the reference. Whatever the true value or false value you have, you can print, see it over here. At the same side, I can also see the rest of the methods. if I don't want this variable, I can print it out saying image dot is enabled. Okay. Similarly, so these methods you can use anywhere. Is selected. There's no point in it because the image I can't select. Okay, so here you see the application is launched, and here you got the answer in the form of true, false. Is it displayed on the screen? Yes. Is it enabled? Yes. Is it selected? No. False. So these are the three status methods. Now you see, we have already used these methods, find element, finding a single element, and one more, find multiple web elements, 2 methods and their comparison. So better you just read it, because in interviews sometimes objective questions, multiple choice questions, this question would be there. What the difference between the 2 methods? Because always find element will give you only one element. If that element with that property not found, it will throw error. Okay, it will throw an error. But here it's not like that. If you're planning to find many elements, if elements are not found, it will be empty. The collection would be empty. If only one element is found, it returns only one element. If 10 they are found, 10 elements it will return. But here, if you're planning to find one element, it will expect only one element. If 2 elements are there, it will return by default first element. See, if I click here itself, I get the list kind of thing. You need to grab all this list, means you have to find, reach to that area in the HTML. So you will not get directly, you have to find it first. So it's showing as a div. You have to study your HTML code as well. Directly paths are not always available. So this is a div. See, as I'm moving the mouse, it is changing. So it is under a list. So each list, the first one, second one, third, all the 10-15 elements are in the form of LIs. All these LIs are inside UL. UL is inside a div. Div inside another div. Inside one more. This way your path is. Okay. So I need to start maybe from here. From here, reaching to UL and all the list. Now, if I want from here, maybe it is having a class, it has a class. You have to find it now. You have to write your own XPaths. Class. So I found one element, that is this complete box. In that, I need to go to LI, because in the journey between LI, between this div and this UL and LI, there are many divisions. If you want to track all divisions, you can write it, or immediately from here to here, if you jump, if it is possible, you can jump. Otherwise, you have to go with this layer. If you want to jump to LI is not an immediate element. So to fill that gap of intermediate element, double slash I should use. Single slash always represent immediate value, immediate element under it. But now you're jumping by skipping some tags in between. So double slash UL. So 2 elements I found of UL. Now any property of UL I see, UL is having some class, I believe. So let's take with this class. So UL with class on the back. Let's see. Still 2 elements are there. Okay. Under UL you have LI. Now you can see 10 elements. So maybe the other UL is not having the elements. Okay, to keep it very clear, you can take the help of this immediate class property. So before this UL, I can write here, div is having @class, this one. Now what I do is, just to see that, I'll remove these LIs. You see now, again, still it is showing 2 UL. If I want, I can take help of index also. Now 2 square bracket 1, still it is showing. Never mind. Now you can write LIs. LI. So 10 elements, all these elements are there. Under UL, all the LIs are picked. So you have 10 options. Now with this path, if you find multiple elements, it's giving all 10 multiple elements, you will get in your collection all 10 elements, you can work with it. Work in the sense, if you want to click, see each LI is internally having a division, then here another division, inside that a span Java. So you have to dig it, what you want to exactly do. You have to get into that layer and do it. Maybe directly if I click on LI, it may work, may not work. I don't know. We have to check it. It's not common for every website. Understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
So this path will give you all the reference to all the 10 elements. So you have to work up till here for today. Tomorrow we will talk about the different text paths as well, along with radio button, drop down. So these are the different HTML tags you may find. Anchor tag, bold, table for here. For drop downs, you find a select tag, buttons. For plain text, span will be there. For all text boxes and all those input will be there. These are the tags.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
This is the project, e-commerce project we are going to see. So any e-commerce you can take, but mainly they have mentioned that as a Flipkart. So we can see how the Flipkart, you can make test case and implement your whatever the concepts we have learned in the Selenium. So in this project, they are asking us in the Selenium project, you have to develop a page object model framework. Okay, so the concept of page object model. So page object is also there, page factory is also there. I hope you recollect that concept, page object and page factory. So these two concepts are used to collect all the locators of a particular page and save it in a class, or your scenario related web elements locators, save it in a class. Okay, so where the variables would be used in the method and you can call that method in the respective test case. So using page object model, and what is the functionality? It should be used for buying a product on the Flipkart. So now everyone have, you have an understanding how the product search buying process on the e-commerce sites, right? So you need to buy a product. So let's understand what is the search scenario is. The scenario is you need to buy a product. Now to buy a product, initially you have to search a product. Okay, the product they are requesting is the iPhone, which is having a memory size. You can select a memory size, and then after searching, add that product to the cart and do the shipping on the entered address and proceed ahead. Proceed ahead in the sense making the payment and sort of thing, and log out from the page. So this is the actual scenario of this project. Now to work with this scenario, they are asking us to use Eclipse. You can implement the Maven project. Already we discussed how to create a Maven project. You can create similarly a Maven project for the Flipkart. To make a test case of searching a product and buying, use TestNG, add the TestNG jar files. As they are asked you to implement page object model. Now, if you're using Maven project, you know the jar files should be added in your POM file. So deploy POM file for handling the dependencies. Means I need Selenium jars, TestNG, all those jar files to the Maven. I'll add through POM file, right? So then fetch and store the result in a file. So maybe HTML file or something, your test engine report, you can save it in your workspace location or itself in the project also. This is your site. As in the project, they have put Flipkart. I'm just taking with respect to Flipkart. That's it. You can test with or write test case on any site, no problem. So when you open this URL, now we need to understand how manually you can steps you do the same way. I'll take it for the automation. Once I open this site, I'm on this page. Now they asked for the requirements. I'm writing down now whatever the requirement they gave us. I'm understanding the requirements. I'm writing it in our understandable form. Steps. First, open the application. Okay, whatever the application they have given, open it. I need to search for a product, right? Find the search web element. Where is the search here? Here, this is the search. I need to find this element and enter the iPhone. Okay, so I have to search, find this web element and enter iPhone word or the product name there. You know the process of inspection. Inspect it, understand the web elements, the properties of it. It's having an input tag, type is there, value, name is equal to Q. So with, I don't have ID here, so I can go for name. When name is equal to Q, find this element. Hope everyone know how to find the element, right? Correct? Driver dot find element by dot name Q, right? Clear? So as they asked for the page object model, let me show you the example which we already implemented the page object model. Okay, page. Okay. So this is an approach of page object model. In page object model, I just collect all the locators. I'm taking a class. In that class, I collect all the locators which are required for my scenario. So our scenario is searching for a product and buying it. So you're going to collect all the locators to this. Now your first locator is search, right? So what I do, name is equal to Q. So this name is equal to Q. By dot name is equal to whatever the value Q, I pass it to a variable. Maybe that is a search. Understanding? Search. So just for your understanding, I'll take this copy of this file. Copy it. I'm pasting here only. I say as POM, page object model is my name of the class. I'm opening this class and let me edit these features. So I'm taking the first feature. So this is my class. So I have a name is equal to Q and I give the variable name as search.
Quick info guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end certification training course on Selenium, then do check out Intellipaat Selenium Certification training course. The link is given in the description box below. Now let's continue with the session.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, how do you handle alerts in Selenium WebDriver? And your options are using the switch to method, or using the accept method, or using the dismiss method, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Okay, this is my first locator. Now once I enter some data here, iPhone something. After entering the data, I'm getting all the iPhones. Now next is what your requirement was. After entering, select the memory size, right? So for memory in this page, you have some options. I think for memory RAM size, okay, less than 520 or 2 GB, whatever. I need to click on this, right? Inspect it. Once you inspect, this is a div tag with some class value you got. Going for the XPath, using crow path, I'm finding it. Section 4 having div label and some value. Suppose say that this is my path. Okay, I'm just taking this as an example. This is the path, XPath. I take this as a RAM is my variable name, which is for selecting the memory, right? Now similarly, the next point is what? Select the product after selecting the memory. So I click on this box. I need to do a click action. Once I click, I got some search output. I have to click on this component so that I can add it to the cart. I have to select the product and then add it to the cart, right? Our requirements. Select the product after the memory selection and add it to the cart and purchase. I have to click on this area anywhere. You can click on the phone, image, or any of this location, or you can inspect it. It is an image tag having some class. Okay, this is the XPath which it got generated. Consider this is my XPath. In this manner, the way you are searching, if I click on this image link or whatever the phone, I'm getting a new tab open where I have an option. Here also you have an add to cart. Also I have here a button add to cart. Inspect this add to cart. So once then click on the inspect this place order, click on it. Now you have to fill these 4 steps. You have to first log in. Once you're entering your mobile number, some number you're obviously it will ask you the OTP number. You have to give manually the OTP number. Some number I passed. Something. Okay, that's not my number. Okay. Enter OTP. Okay. Whatever a number OTP number you will get it, you can have to enter manually. Or you can randomly. So this number you can also read it from Excel file. Okay. That also you can do. Or send keys also. There's some OTP number 222 I gave. Set password, some password I gave, sign up. Invalid OTP. Okay, that is different story. If you give a valid OTP, sign up will happen. Then address. You have to fill the address, then summary, payment details, and then close the logout from this application. So all locators. So
Okay.
now in this page object model, what I'm doing, first I need the locator for search. I need an option to select the memory. I need to click on the phone. Similarly, I'll save some of the locators, some more locators where sell add to cart, maybe placeholder, place an order, right? Signing in, OTP generation, password, all the locators I'll save here. Okay. So saving all the locators in one place in a class itself is a concept of page object model. Now next is what you need to do a login. I mean, it is a search. So I'll create a method. My method name is do search or do add to cart. Add to cart is my functionality. So how do you add to cart? I need to find an element and enter some data, right? So to add to cart, you have a search option. You need to enter some data to the search option. So find that search driver dot find dot find by no need of by, because already find element you have this search. Find element by this search. After finding the element, I need to send some data, right? Send keys. Send keys what? iPhone. Once you find the iPhone, I need to click enter on the same search, right? So on the same search dot send keys, I can pass here keys dot enumerated class enter. Click an enter key so that I'll get a next search. What? Selection of the RAM. So RAM locator is also here. So what I have to do? If you want some wait period, also you can give driver dot find element the RAM. Find the RAM, and what to do? I have to click on that checkbox, right? Click. Understanding, guys, what we are doing? After clicking on the RAM, I may get an image, the particular matching related phone which I have collected the path. I need to click on this image driver dot find.
All this code, shouldn't it be in a different class or should it be in the same class as the set of locators,
Yes, because this scenario is for the searching a product, right?
right?
So I save it in one class. My scenario is search, so I save it here. So where I have one method to add to cart, whenever anything to be added to a cart, this particular thing, I need to call this sequence, this flow. Any product
Okay.
I need to search and add to the cart, I need to do this.
So I thought there should be one class with all the set of locators and then another one for the operations.
Yes. See that if you are doing a complete page testing, you can collect all the locators of a page in the same manner. I'm doing here scenario testing end to end. You can save all the locators relating to that scenario in a class page object model. Okay. Or now in this actually in this requirement what they asked to create a Maven project, right? Maven project and add the locators using POM. So in that case, you're aware of Maven project creation? Facebook. This was the Maven project. Okay. So in this Maven project, if you don't want to go for page object model concept, what you can do? You can create a simple Java class. Simple Java class, create a method in that Java class. Let me copy this. If you don't want the page object model to be implemented, I can paste my class in a package of the Maven project under source main Java. Okay, so this package is having a class POM. So if you don't want these locators to be found like this, you can skip this part. This part you can ignore. Create one constructor, create a method, add to cart, where instead of just using a variable, call this by.q, one and the same. Get it? If I save it to a variable, that becomes a page object model concept. If I pass the locator directly here in the element, that will become your normal finding the element in the Maven. So you see here both the examples. One I have passed it directly, the other one I'm using a variable. Okay.
So if we have the identifiers in a different class, so right now we are under pom.java class, right? This entire set of code that you have right now, everything is under one class.
Yes.
Say we have the locators in a different class and we want to access it here in this class. Will the same approach work?
You have to access it with the object, right? Object of a class, Java concept. You have to
Okay.
create an object. If I want to access this add cart method, I need to create an object for this POM class. That
Right.
object dot I have to call the method.
Okay.
Similarly, with object only, you need to refer the locators also if they are
Okay.
in different classes.
So in that case, for example, line number 36 will become driver.findElement. In the bracket, it will be some object.ram. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Correct. Now you may say now all the time I may not search iPhone. I may search different product. You can go for parameterization. Getting? So parameterization means the search what you're doing for the product is a string. Product is a parameter name. So whatever would be the product name, I would replace in the search. This is a parameterization. From where the data to these parameters will come from? You may have Excel file. Excel will have the names iPhone, mobile phones or normal phones, whatever is it, computers, right? You have to write another class, as we already discussed, a program to read a data from an Excel. You have to write that class here in this package of your Maven project, which will read the column data, the product column data from Excel and pass it to this method, right? Whatever data will come to this parameter will get substituted to your the particular step. That's a parameterization. Now similarly, product name you can parameterize, RAM size also you can parameterize. Whatever is the data in Excel file, take the same RAM for this functionality. Okay, so you don't go directly for the parameterization. First do direct passing the data and check it. If it is working, then take the same code with another class name, okay, and try to implement the parameterization. Do step by step. Don't go directly because things will get complex. You may not understand initially where the changes to be done. Getting? So first what we did, step for searching the search bar, enter the product name, whatever you get here, the input. Then I have clicked enter. I'm selecting the RAM size, clicking on it, image, clicking on it. I may have next the button to place an order, then something place order. Then second, you may have a button to add to cart. Then you have to find the element to sign up. Sign up, okay, and then you have a logout. So logout, if you don't want sign up, if you don't want write here, you can make a separate test case, public void sign up, because sign up needs username password. You can do sign up code here. Instead of doing sign up and log out over here, you can call here sign up code and separate method again in the class for logout. So you have this individual function list. One is adding to cart, search a product, add to cart. You can write here instead of add to cart, search. Search a product, login, logout. So three methods are there to do the search and adding to the cart. Now how I can't execute this particular class, right? Because there is no main method to run it. So what I have to do? I have to create a class which can run, right? So in my test case, in the package name test case, if you want, you can create one more package here. Flipkart is my package name. In this package, you can create a testng class, create a search test case, add it. In the Flipkart, you have a search test case. Now, as you know, before searching anything, you have to launch the application. You can call the annotations now, add before method, right? Public void launch is a method where you need to write this launching code system.set property, right? Launch the Flipkart, import the annotations. Now you need to launch the Flipkart here, flipkart.com. Now here coming to the functionality of a search. Now I need the methods are already in our class, right? Form .java class. I need to call these methods. So you have to create an object for this class. So when you're creating an object, as you have a constructor, you have to pass, import it from that particular import POM from source code. Now, where's the file? Source main Java. So you have to pass there's a constructor. I have to pass this driver to it. Let me declare this web driver commonly. These all points we have already discussed, right? So I'm just making the changes accordingly. So pass this driver, which is pointing to your Chrome driver with the Flipkart to this. With this instance, with this object p dot, you see a search. Where's search here? Search, give the product name. I'm giving the product name iPhone. I'm passing it directly now. Okay, I'm not implementing in Excel. And whatever data is here, iPhone, that will get substituted in the search. That will be in turn passed to your search web element. After doing, now when you call this search functionality, what will happen? It will find the element, it will click on the RAM, whatever you have selected, whatever the path is there, image clicking, everything. Then at the end, you have to do a login. So p dot call the login and then log out at the end. So you're just calling the methods. The code in each method is implemented in your class. Okay, this is what is expected. So according to your functionality, this is what we have done. So when you run that testng class, you'll get a report that your search functionality executed. Here.
Suppose we are giving the data from Excel for searching that particular product in Flipkart. Where to implement the data provider? We have to create a separate class or in POM only?
No, not in POM. I have a test case here, right? I'll write here data provider.
Okay.
Data provider will come here. Where data provider will have a code of reading the Excel. And that data will be passed to this test case, correct?
Yeah.
We did the similar kind of example.
Yeah.
Don't go directly for data provider. Do it first simple way.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
you go for data provider. From data provider, pass the data. Then third phase, go for Excel. Then you'll understand what are you doing there.
That pom.java code, Lakshmi, just wanted to go see that code. Yeah, that should be.
But in this in this Maven project, I have implemented this page object concept also, because I have locators, I'm passing it to a variable. Those variables I'm referring here. If you don't want to use this page object model directly, find the element, pass to the syntax.
Can we use this project using framework method too?
This itself is a framework, Maven. You're working with the Maven, right?
Okay.
So all the jar files are in your pom.xml file. This is your pom. So that is what the requirement they told, right? The jars, everything, it should be POM file control. Here, see. Deploy POM for handling the dependencies. So your Selenium jar files, if you see here in the pom.xml, your Selenium jar files, test.ng jar files are in the POM file only.
Okay.
Now that's what I told you. If you want to use page object model, page factory, you can use in the Maven only. If you're reading a data from an Excel, that is a keyword driven framework only. Understanding? So you're implementing your framework in a Maven project.
Okay, this is another kind of framework, right? I mean, like the one which we discussed earlier, the project which we made was like a general one. Now through Maven, we are creating a framework and doing it.
Yes, because in the requirement they ask for Maven, so I thought of pulling that code form file into the Maven project. Okay. So I'm creating different methods to read the functionalities and call them with the help of an object.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, test.ng, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
So coming to the first question on the top Selenium interview questions set, it is what is automation testing? There is a very good chance all of your interviews, if not most of your interviews, will definitely start with this question, guys. So automation testing is a very simple process of actually automating a manual test process, right? Hence the name automation. So whenever we do AUT, right, application under testing, or let's say even system under testing, what we call as SUT, to automate this process of taking away the manual the manual aspect of it, or the manual labor that's involved in achieving test results, right? So that's all about what automation testing is. There's a lot of tools today, especially in the world of testing and its automation, where you can do a lot of things in an exponentially rapid manner when you compare it to manual testing. And since you're already here at this interview question set, there's a good chance you might know a little bit about automation testing, right? So on that note, I'm sure you're aware of the huge dent in the world that automation testing is putting out to be. Now moving on to the second question, it states, is Selenium 2.0 different from 3.0? If so, how? Well, Selenium 2.0 and 3.0 has a very subtle difference in a way where Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver, right, since it was combined into a single tool, that eventually became to be known as Selenium 3.0. Selenium RC itself was called as Selenium 2.0 without having the WebDriver as a single integrated tool into it. And upon integration, it just became known. And upon integration, it came to be known as Selenium 3.0. So make sure to mention this in case you ask this question. Now, moving on to the third question, it states mention some of the popular tools that are used for automation testing. Well, so if you're at this point in time, I'm sure you guys have put in a decent amount of work into understanding what automation testing is. But when it comes to answering this particular question, right, so make sure to talk a little bit about the tools that are available, and in case if you have had any hands-on experience with these tools, right, so please make sure to talk about that as well, because this at the end of the day will add a lot of value to your answer. See, for example, there are many tools that you can use. We can talk about the tools itself for hours together, right? So mentioning the top tools such as Selenium, Rational Robot, be it UFT, the Unified Functional Testing by HP, or be it the RFT, the Rational Functional Tester by IBM, and in fact there are many other tools as well. So make sure to note that in case if you have used it, please do talk about it as well. Now, coming to the fourth question, it states what is locator and how will you locate an element in Selenium? Well, since the first part of the questions deals with what an locator actually is, well, it's pretty simple. A locator is actually used to find and match elements of a certain web page that we are trying to find and interact with at that particular point in time. So it's a pretty simple and a straightforward concept when you look at it, but then when you try to understand about how we try to locate an element, or let's say what are the types of locators, right, that answering it that way, so mentioning all of that, right, it's going to add a lot of value to your answer. See, for example, there's lots of locators that we can use wherever we're trying to find interactions in between what's happening in the website. For example, there's ID, there's name, we have class, partial link, XPath, the CSS selector, of course, and then the link text as well. So instead of just saying what a locator is or how you can locate an element, it always adds value to just go one step beyond and show the interviewer that you do know Selenium in depth. But then, hey, make sure to keep the answer concise and do not go overboard with an answer if you're straying away from the topic as well. On that note, question number 5 states, what are the test types that are supported by Selenium? Well, there are two types of testing that you can do with Selenium. That's functional testing and regression testing. Now, when we talk about functional testing, right, here all we're trying to do is we're verifying every single function of a software application to see if it's performing as it's supposed to do. As the name suggests, functional testing, it will give you an easier idea to remember it. So a lot of concepts involved here, but primarily we deal with black box testing, and we're not really looking in depth towards the code of the applications, right? So we have the functions, we pass some inputs to the functions, and we see if you're getting the right output. You will know what the outputs are for the required inputs. So as soon as you pass these inputs, you are supposed to get the outputs correctly. If you're not, there's a very good chance that your function is not working, right? So this is all about functional testing. And then when we talk about regression testing, we're trying to re-execute all of the partial test cases that we might have done, or let's say a partial selection of a test case that we have previously executed to make sure all the functionalities work fine or not. As the name suggests, regression involves either partly taking the test case or fully taking an already run test case and to eventually reevaluate it to make sure that you're adding that much depth into the testing process as well, right? So at the end of the day, all your requirement is to make sure that you have an accurate test case and to see that the accuracy is maintained throughout. So there are two types, as we discussed. It's functional testing and regression testing, so make sure to mention that. Now, moving on to the 6th question, it says, what is XPath? Well, so think about this, right? So whenever you're trying to locate an element, or let's say even various elements across a site, you have to first find the element and then reference it with another element, or in fact find the reference of another element overall itself. So the concept behind this, right, the functioning of we finding elements and we finding an element with the reference to another element, etc., all of this happens by the use of XPath. DOM has been the standard, right? The document object model has been the standard way to actually navigate what we call as the HTML element tree. And XPath itself is a navigation tool, that does a very similar thing to what DOM does. But at the end of the day, we are considering its XML nature, its elemental form based on its XML path as well. So hence the name XPath. XPath stands for XML path as well, guys. So moving on to the 7th question, it states, what is the difference between a single slash and a double slash in XPath? Well, if your requirement is to create an absolute path, you'll be making use of a single slash, right? So in case if you have a requirement with the XPath which has a requirement for an absolute path, you'll go the single slash route. So what usually happens is you will start selection with the document start node and then work your way up from there. But then in case if you do not have an absolute path, but let's say you have a relative path, right, then you'll be making use of a double slash. So this is a huge difference, and you really should keep this in mind. And whenever you're taking a relative path, you really don't have to start with the document's start node. So here, since the path is actually relative, you can start anywhere you want in the document, and that itself is a huge advantage in multiple cases as well. So when you ask this question, make sure to put the answer out in a concise way, as you see. Now, moving on to the 8th question, it states, why should I use Selenium for test automation? Well, this is another way of saying, can you state the advantages of Selenium for test automation, or let's say, can you talk about the benefits, features of Selenium and how it helps in automation testing, etc. So it's all the same question, right? So approaching this question, you should really consider talking about Selenium as a testing tool in terms of its benefits that it offers and how easy it is to use. See, the first point is that it's a free tool, it's an open source tool, which means that it's an amazing, it has an amazing community, it has a very large user base, and of course, even a small startup firm, right, all the way till a huge enterprise, really would not have to put in a good amount of money to get started with it as well. Since it's open source, there's thousands of developers across the globe already developing it, and Selenium supports cross-browser compatibility, be it Firefox, be it Google Chrome, be it Microsoft Edge and everything. And in terms of platform compatibility, we have Windows, we have Linux, we have Mac OS, and a lot of other platforms as well. And when you talk about programming languages and scripting, of course, there is a huge support that Selenium offers, which definitely has a very big impact on today's world as well. And then when we think about repository developments and how Selenium...
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which annotation is used to specify the test method in the test-ng framework? And your options are @test, @test method, @test-ng, or @test case. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository, and Maven, and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.
Supports distributed testing across multiple nodes or multiple machines in a network, right? This is where it really outshines many of the other open source tools, and in fact some of the even paid tools as well. So in that regard, Selenium does a lot, and the common goal of Selenium is that you really don't have to put in a lot of work to see a lot of results in terms of testing as well. So that removes a lot of manual labor. It keeps your process very efficient, very effective, in terms of testers' time, in terms of the developers' time, and a lot more. Now, coming on to the ninth question, it states, does Selenium have any technical limitations? If so, what are those limitations? See, at the end of the day, any tool, any framework, any programming language will have a certain caveat that you really have to talk about, right? So Selenium itself has a few limitations when we talk about it. So Selenium is only used for web application testing, and I'm sure you already know that at this point of time. And if you have a requirement of, let's say, mobile applications or even desktop applications, at this point of time, you cannot test it with Selenium. And if you have CAPTCHA readers, if you have barcode readers, all of these cannot be evaluated by making use of Selenium as well. And let's say you have third-party tools like TestNG or JUnit that you really need to use a report. Most of the time you will have to learn all of these other third-party tools when you have to work with Selenium as well. So understanding that and using it alongside Selenium to generate your reports, right, that will take a little bit of a learning curve as well. So that will take some time and some money, definitely, right? So thinking about Selenium in general, even though there is a free tool, no ready vendor support is provided, because it's very difficult to have that kind of an architecture in an open source tool. But then, of course, hey, when you think about it, the user base, the amount of help you can get from the communities is definitely overwhelming. So that itself, in my opinion, does not count as a limitation. But then if you have a requirement for compulsory vendor support, then of course you really have to talk about that as well. And then if you're working with Selenium, you really have to know programming languages, right? So you have to have some experience working with it, and at the end of the day, it depends on what web apps that you're testing out with Selenium as well. But having that as a requirement is a definite compulsion in my opinion. So that again adds to the learning curve as well. So these are some of the top points that came across my mind whenever we talk about the limitations of Selenium. So make sure to mention at least 3 or 4 and see if you can elaborate on any of the limitations that you yourself faced while learning Selenium, or in fact while implementing something in Selenium as well. Moving on to the 10th question, it states, what is an object repository? An object repository is this entity which basically helps and allows the users to keep all of the web elements of, let's say, an application under test, or what we call as AUT, and their locator values in one single location, right? So an object repository basically allows users to accumulate all web elements of any sort of web application that we're talking about whenever we perform AUT, and let's say even their locator values as well, right? So you can have all of these in either one or more centralized location to make sure that we really do not hardcode them with the actual test scripts that we're using to perform and evaluate our test operations as well. So to do that, to bring all of these to a location where we can have more efficiency in the system, we make use of object repository. Now, moving on to the 11th question, it states, what are the different types of annotations that are used in Selenium? Well, I'm sure you already know what annotations are, right? So annotations are this syntactic metadata that we add to our Java source code, and all of these elements are actually annotated. Think about variables, think about parameters, packages, methods, classes, and more, right? Now, when you talk about the different types of annotations that are used in Selenium, you have about 7 that you really have to mention when you ask this question. It's test, it's before, it's after, ignore, before class, after class, and run with, right? So remembering these is it's very simple, because you will understand the usage of annotations and you will know how to use them, since there's a good chance you would have used one if not all of these as well. But then it is highly likely that you ask this question, so make sure to mention all of these types of the JUnit annotations that are present and used in Selenium as well. So moving on to the 12th question, it states, why do testers choose Selenium over QTP? Now, this is one way of, again, you trying to put out the advantages of Selenium, but this time in direct comparison with a QTP tool, right? So the first thing you have to mention is that Selenium is an open source tool, because QTP is a tool where you have to pay and pick it up, right? So in that regard, it's an advantage for Selenium and its users. Now, when you think about another characteristic of Selenium, you already know, and we already discussed about how it can only be used to test web applications, right? But then QTP can also be used to test client server applications as well. So if there's a requirement for that, then clients should definitely look at QTP as well. And Selenium supports a wide variety of browsers, be it Firefox, Internet Explorer. Of course, Internet Explorer is now replaced by Edge and it's retired. We have Opera, we have Safari, and we have a lot of other operating systems alongside browsers that offer a good amount of compatibilities as well. And then when we have to talk about the languages that are supported by Selenium, you have Ruby, you have Perl, you have Python, and many other languages that you can work with in the case of Selenium. But then, hey, if you're making use of QTP, it will only support VB script or Visual Basic script. So guys, make sure to mention this point as well. It's very important that you mention about programming languages, about its open source nature, about its ability to handle web apps and client server application, and of course about its compatibility as well. Now, moving on to the 13th question, it says, what are the 4 elements that you have to pass in Selenium? So I'm sure you would have come across this question when you're preparing for your interview, or I'm sure that you yourself expect that this question would be asked, right? So the 4 parameters that the 4 parameters that have to be passed whenever you're talking about Selenium is the host, it's the port number, it's the browser, and it's definitely the URL, right? So you need these parameters compulsorily in case if you have to pass it through Selenium and then work with it later as well. So make sure to mention that. And hey, if you have your laptop right in front of you, it always adds a lot of value if you can show all of these practically by making use of an example as well. So with all the questions that we are going to discuss, wherever it is possible, please do show it out practically. That definitely adds a lot more weight to your interview application and in fact your interview process as well. Now, moving on to the 14th question, it states, what is SOP or the same origin policy, and how can we avoid this policy? Well, the same origin policy was put into place to make sure that the content of your site, can never be directly pulled, can never be directly accessed by any other website whenever someone makes use of a script. So, as per the policy, right, any code that gets loaded into a web browser can only be operated with that particular website's domain, right? I'm sure you already knew this. But then to avoid the same origin policy where you will have access to it, the proxy injection method is used. So what we're trying to do with the proxy injection method is that we have these Selenium servers that trick the browser, thinking that it is an actual real HTTP URL, and it'll pretend to be a client server HTTP proxy, which will actually sit as a bridge in between the application that we're talking about, and of course the browser, which has been and the acting browser. And what we try to do is we mask the application under test by making use of a fictional URL and then pass it across. So to answer this question in a state view on how we can avoid it, we make use of the proxy injection method. Hence, I've highlighted it in the answer. It's a very important aspect of this question to make sure to answer it in a clear way. Coming to the 15th question, it states, what is a data-driven framework, right? So a data-driven framework in its aspect and its foundational concept is basically an approach that we take, when we have to go on to split our data set from the actual test code or the test case that we are talking about, right? So this particular framework is actually dependent totally on the input data. Now, when you think about input data, think about a variety of sources from where it can come, right? You can have it through any local database, you can have it through an offsite server, it can be hosted on a cloud platform, it can be a CSV file, Excel file, or anywhere that you get the data from. So having a framework that is totally dependent on this for the input data, and the support for it is there as well. So through this, what it allows us is that it will give you very easy control to see how much data needs to be tested and what level of depth that you really have to go to whenever you're working with your application and whenever you're trying to automate the process of testing it as well. Now, after understanding this, there's another framework that you really have to know about. It's the keyword-driven framework. So what is keyword-driven framework? One thing whenever you ask this question is to make sure you talk about the data-driven testing framework a little bit and then you talk about keyword-driven framework, right? Because the keyword-driven framework is actually a direct extension of the data-driven testing. So it's built on top of that. And here, instead of so here what we're trying to do is we're isolating the test data completely from the script, but we're also trying to keep that particular section of the code in an external data file to make sure that we really do not come across with any crosstalk or any sort of inefficiencies in testing as well. So the set of codes that we test, right, it's called as the keywords, and hence the name is actually driven from that. If you can look at the name, so keyword driven framework means the set of code that we have, we are actually calling it as a keyword, and these keywords denote the actual way, the actual work, what needs to be done and what action needs to be performed whenever we are testing the application as well. So through the keyword, we are driving the test framework, right? Hence, that's one of the good ways on how you can remember the answer to this question as well. And then moving on to the 17th question, it states, how will you upload So moving on to the 17th question, it states, how will you use Selenium to upload a file? Now, if you have a file which is in the same machine, if it's in a local network, or let's say even if it's in the map network drive, a NAS or whatever it is, right? It's extremely straightforward. All you really have to do is type in the actual path of it and upload it in the file upload control, and you are done. It is that straightforward. Now, when you think about an example, right, as I've always told you, if you have a laptop right in front of you, please do open it up, run Selenium, and make sure that you show how it's done as well. I have a very simple code snippet right in front of you where we're making use of the file upload control, and we've just provided a path. Here in our case, the file is actually in C drive. It's called as myfile.txt, and of course this will be very different in your case, but then do show it practically as we have discussed before. Now, So moving on to the 18th question, it states, what is the difference between get window handles and get window handle? You know, the only S at the end is the difference, but then there is a lot more to it, as you will see. Now we use get window handles, especially when we have to get all the addresses of whatever browsers we have opened up, and it returns all of these data, in set string. Now when we talk about get window handle, right, here we're trying to get the address of only the current browser where we have the control in. And of course the return type is the generic string data type out here. But then depending on what your requirement is, do you want the output from all of the browsers, or do you want the output from the only main browser, the current browser where you have the control in, for your application under testing, right? So you really have to think about that, and depending on what the requirement is, you'll either make use of get window handles or get window handle as well. Coming on to the 19th question, it says, what is Selenium, and what are the 3 types of Selenium that are available? Selenium, as the name suggests, in fact is the set of commands that we make use of Selenium whenever we're running any sort of test to test our applications out here, guys. So talking about the types of Selenium, there are 3 types of Selenium. One are the actions, we have the actions, we have the accessors, and we have the assertions as well. Actions, as the name suggests, are used to perform operations, used to perform interactions with whatever target elements that we have that we need tested. And then we have the accessors, right? Accessors are used to store values into a variable, and I think you'll get the fair idea of why it's called as an accessor, right? And then we have assertions. Assertions are used as checkpoints everywhere in between whenever we go on to test applications to see if everything is all right as well. So these are the commands that will help you to put down checkpoints, to analyze and take it slow from one point to another whenever you're performing, say, a complex test case as well. So whenever you're asked about Selenium, make sure to talk about its command usage, make sure to talk about the 3 types: actions, assertions, and accessors, and it always adds value if you can explain about it in a clear and a concise way, rather than dragging it out, right? So it's a pretty straightforward concept. Now, coming on to the next question, it states, if I want to insert a breakpoint in the Selenium IDE, the integrated development environment, how can I do it? Well, it's extremely straightforward to insert a breakpoint, even though it seems very tricky, right? So all you have to do is you have to select the toggle breakpoint by right clicking on the command in the Selenium IDE, and then there's a shortcut to it. The shortcut is the B key. So make sure to press B button on the keyboard and select the actual command, right? So if you want to add a breakpoint, you can do the same thing. But then if you have to if you really have to deselect the breakpoint, right, it's still the same thing. All you have to do is go toggle the breakpoint by right clicking on it and hitting B as well. So even though the question states on how you can insert it, go that extra mile to talk about how you can deselect it as well, right? All you have to do is click on it again to deselect it, guys. Now, coming on to the 21st question, it says, how do I launch the web browser by making use of WebDriver? Well, to make use of the WebDriver, it directly depends on what browser that you're running, right? There is 3 simple syntaxes that I've put in on your screen. We have WebDriver driver. So we have the WebDriver for the Firefox driver, we have the Internet Explorer driver, or the most used one, which is supposed to be the Chrome driver as well. So, this is a very simple, straightforward syntax that you can use to, launch the browser in any of the operating systems as well. So depending on that particular browser that you have a requirement for to put your applications under testing, make sure to mention these. But then, of course, guys, make sure to talk about the practical aspect and show it if possible as well. Now, coming on to the 22nd question, it says, what are the different types of weights that are available in WebDriver? Now, whenever we talk about weights, right, there's 2 very different types of weight you definitely have to talk about in the case of WebDriver. It's implicit weight and explicit weight. Implicit wait is in a sense where there is a set amount of time, let's say a waiting time that you define in between all the test scripts that have to execute, right? So in case if you have one entire test script, but then you really have to time it out in between each of the test steps and by giving it some time, right? This is where implicit test will come into the picture. You can put a timing of, let's say, somewhere around 30 seconds before each of the test steps move across and runs the entire script. So to run each of these steps in an order, you can have 30 seconds and wait and then test it and then move on to the next one as well. That's implicit wait. Now, Coming on to explicit wait. So explicit waits are made use of whenever you have a condition, whenever you have an explicit or a particular condition where you have to halt the execution until that condition is met. Or let's say if the condition is is not met, we really don't have to wait there, right? We can add a condition saying if the condition is not met, then of course here is the maximum time allotted. You can wait until that point of time, and of course then execute as well. So but then you really have to talk about two things when you talk about explicit wait. One is that the execution will halt if the condition is met, and the execution will halt if the condition is not met, but we have the maximum time that has been elapsed as well. So this is the basic difference that lies in between implicit and explicit wait whenever we talk about WebDriver. Coming to the 23rd question, it states, how do I handle an iframe in WebDriver as well? So I'm sure you know what an iframe is, right? So an iframe actually stands for an inline frame, which is used to insert any other document into our current HTML working document as well. To select an iframe by the ID, you have the driver.switch2.frame that you'll be using with the name of the ID. And then if you have to use the tag name, of course, we're going to use the by.tagname feature. And then, whenever we have to talk about using the indexes or the indices, as we use frame of index, and we're going to switch to that as well. And then when you're talking about using the name of the frame, of course we can use that. And then whenever you're talking about selecting the parent window as well, of course we're going to make use of the default content for that. So take a second, pause it on this question, do take a note of all of these in case if you're not very familiar with how a frame gets handled in WebDriver in a variety of way, by making use of its ID, by making use of its tag name, indices, name of the frame, and of course the parent window as well. Now with that, we can move on to the 24th question that says, how do I set the test case priority in TestNG, right? So first of all, whenever you're working with TestNG, you really have to understand the basic functionality of the code, right? So we have to import the package first of all, and we'll have a class. In class, we're going to set the priority, right? So line number 4 states at test priority is equal to 0, at test priority equal to 1, priority equal to 2. These lines are the inline cases that we're trying to say. These are the lines where we're trying to say inline on how and what method should get what priority, right? So method 1 will execute first because it has a priority 0, and then we have the test method 2 that will run because the priority of it is 1, and then the method 3 will run because priority is 2. But understand that priorities start from 0, it being the highest priority, and of course as the number goes up, the priority level goes down. So the execution that you see for that particular code on your screen is the execution of method 1 first, then we have method 2, and of course then we have method 3. Now, coming on to the 25th question, it states, what are the different types of test automation frameworks that are available? This again is a very simple question. It's a very straightforward question, and you really don't have to explain a lot when you're asked about this. Since you're asked the different types of it, make sure to mention the types of it. And of course, if you've made use of all of these types of test automation frameworks, do talk about your experience there, because that adds a lot of value. Now coming to the answer, you have module-based testing frameworks, you have behavior-driven, you have hybrid testing frameworks, you have the keyword-driven testing frameworks, you have the data-driven, you have library architecture testing frameworks, and you have a lot of others as well, right? But then it always adds value if you at least mention 4 or let's say 5. I've mentioned the 6 testing frameworks on the screen, but then make sure you at least have 4 or 5 down so that you have something to talk about it, and a one-line description of each of them in case if you have used it, or in case if you have come across about it, or if you know it will add a lot of value to your candidature as well. So make sure to talk about that. Now, moving on to the 26th question, it states, describe the differences between Selenium and QTP, right? So we already handled this particular question once, but then it is very vital that you really know the difference, because this question is asked, let's say, in 99% of the interviews, guys. So Selenium is an open source tool. Quick Test Professional, or QTP as we call it, as a licensed tool. You have to pay for it. With Selenium, we can only test web applications, while QTP supports both web and Windows-based and mobile-based applications. Selenium supports Java, C#, Ruby, Python, Perl, and many other languages as well. But then QTP only supports VB script and in case we're talking about the object repository, right? So we have to maintain it and create it separately, and we have to do it entirely ourselves in case of Selenium, but then with the help of QTP does this automatically. It creates it and maintains it for us as well. Since we have already run through this question once, I'm just giving you a quick reminder to make sure that you actually take a note of this without fail, guys. Now, coming on to the 27th question, it states, in Selenium, what are breakpoints and what are start points? As the name itself suggests, breakpoints are used to stall or break that particular execution at that point of time. So whenever there is a breakpoint that has occurred, or whenever there is the execution that comes to a breakpoint, it means that the program will stop there, and you can test and see if your code is working properly or not, and then move to the next set of steps in your code as well. And then when we talk about start points again are the points where we have to start the execution as well. So why would we require start points if we can just add breakpoints and move on, right? But then start points are required whenever we have to test any sort of scripts from the middle, or let's say even after a breakpoint, instead of testing it again from the start manually all the time, right? So if you have a requirement of testing it from the middle, or let's say even after a breakpoint, the usage of a start point will definitely add a lot of value there as well. So this is the basic difference that lies in between breakpoints and start points, so make sure to mention that. Now, coming on to the 28th question, it states, mention the need for session handling while working with Selenium. Well, one very important thing is that whenever we work with Selenium, no matter what we're trying to do, we require session handling, right? So what usually happens in the working of Selenium is that we have the web driver, and this web driver has to interact with the browser at every single point in time to execute all of the commands that are that we give, right? So here is a scenario where we require session handling. Let's say before the current execution completes, someone else might start an execution of another script on the same machine, on the same type of browser, right? Now this will cause a lot of redundancy. To make sure that we do not arrive at this particular deadlock where we're trying to perform a similar execution of a different script, but then it's the same machine, it's the same browser, we really have to make use of session handling, because this will give complete control to the web driver of whatever is happening to the browser, and it serves as a bridge for us to use it as well. Now, coming on to the 29th question, it states, mention the types of listeners that are present in testng. Well, there are 12 types of listeners in testng, and if it's completely understandable if you cannot name all 12, but then I highly recommend you name at least 6 of them, right? So you have the annotation you have the I annotation transformer, I configurable, I configuration listener, I execution listener, I hookable, invoke method listener, you have invoke method listener 2, method interceptor, the I reporter, the I suit listener, and of course we have the I test listener as well. If you can name all 12, it's an amazing thing, and if you can name all 6, trust me, that will definitely do the job as well. But then try to push to name all 12 listeners that are present in testng. Moving on to the 30th question, it states, how can we handle Windows-based pop-ups with Selenium? This is a very tricky question, and this is asked a lot. You already know this, right? Selenium cannot handle Windows-based applications. It's only used to test web applications. So make sure to mention that as it is. Say no, it cannot support the testing of Windows-based applications or mobile-based applications. But then if you really have to test Windows-based pop-ups, then you will require third-party intervention as well. Third-party tools such as the robot class, or you have the auto IT, which can be used in cases where we have to make use of Windows-based pop-ups alongside Selenium to test this in case of a web application as well. So for that, you cannot directly do it with Selenium, and of course with third-party tools you can do it, but then mention the name of third-party tools that you'll be using alongside Selenium to achieve the handling of web-based pop-ups as well. Moving on to the 31st question, it states, for the database testing in Selenium WebDriver, what API is required, right? This is a very simple question, a straightforward question, but then I've seen a lot of people answer this wrong. So make sure to answer it correctly. It's very simple. You require the JDBC API. In the Selenium WebDriver, basically we make use of the Java database connectivity, or in short, it's called as the JDBC API, and it is used to run all of our SQL commands for us, SQL statements for us in a very simple and a straightforward way. Guys, the answer to this is JDBC. If you can talk 1 or 2 sentences about the JDBC API, it'll help. But then make sure to talk about how it is used as well. Moving on to the next question, it states, how can you identify an object in Selenium? So to identify an object in Selenium, let's say to find an object in Selenium, right, we make use of the is element present. It's a string locator that is provided by Selenium, and what it does is it takes the locator as the argument, and if the locator is particularly found, it returns a boolean value saying, it found the value. So you can use the boolean return value as an assertion to see if your locator that you've put in as the argument to is element present is found in your it's found in your test case or not. So the is element present is used to find any sort of object in Selenium. Make sure to mention that. Moving on to the 33rd question, it states, mention the use of XPath in Selenium testing. We already talked about XPath at the start of this particular video, right? It's a way of how we define web elements. It's pretty similar to the document object model, but then in the case of XPath, what we're trying to do is we're trying to identify all of our elements in a very dynamic way. But then, since we're talking about XPath, you really have to mention about the two types of XPath that are present. We have the absolute XPath, and of course, we have the relative XPath as well. And we've already discussed absolute and relative XPath in the previous questions. So in case if you've jumped ahead, make sure to revisit those questions and check it out as well. Coming to the 34th question, it states, what are the important components of Selenium? Well, as a person interviewing for a Selenium tester's role, you have to know all the components, guys. You have four main components. You have the Selenium Grid, you have Selenium RC, which is the remote control, you have Selenium WebDriver, and of course the entire IDE, which is the Selenium Integrated Development Environment as well. These four form to be the basic architecture, the basic foundation upon which you can do everything in Selenium, right? I mean, of course, there are other third-party components as well, but then what is indigenous and what is native to Selenium is what the question is about. So make sure to answer it that way. Now, moving on to the 35th question, it states, can WebDriver test mobile applications? Another test question, another tricky question regarding mobile apps, right? You cannot test mobile applications in Selenium. You cannot test Windows-based applications directly with Selenium, right? So the answer is very straightforward. It's a no, because Selenium is not built to do this, right? So WebDriver was built as a tool where you can test web applications only. It was not built for mobile application testing, or in fact, it was not built for Windows-based application testing as well. So make sure to mention it as is. This is a very simple and straightforward question, which definitely has a simple yes or no answer to it as well. Moving on to the 36th question, it states, how does Selenium Grid work? Well, a Selenium Grid is basically used to create a suite where we're trying to work with all of the forwarding test cases that we have to the hub, or let's say even back from the hub as well, and the test cases from here are directly redirected to and then the test cases from here, right, we're trying to redirect it through the WebDriver and get them to execute in the browser as well. So what the test suite basically does is that it will make sure we can run all of our codes and tests in parallel. That is the most important use case of Selenium Grid, guys. So make sure to mention that as well. So all we're trying to do is we're trying to push the test cases through our WebDriver. Our WebDriver will execute them in the browser, and we can have multiple test cases execute and run them in parallel as well. Now with this, we can check out the 37th question that says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? One thing is certain. This question is a very, very frequently asked question in case if you are having any sort of experience. Well, it can be asked to you in case if you're a fresher as well, because we're living in a world where people are upskilling themselves on their own through certification programs, right? More on that in the next couple of questions. But then when you talk about it, if you have any experiences, please talk about how you've tried to solve a problem, right? So Selenium is all about finding problems and either you solving them or finding a team that will solve them for you. So talk about the how approach rather than the what approach in terms of experience, especially in Selenium, right? Elaborate on what techniques you have used, what tools you have used, what third-party attachments that you have made use of in your Selenium learning career, how you learned Selenium as well. But then at the end of the day, right, make sure to not bloat a lot about your experience in case if you have not made use of any tool, because that might lead to further questions asked on that particular tool or technique, and this definitely will work against you in case if you cannot answer that as well, right? So keep it very clear and keep it concise in terms of answering this question as well. And then another question can be asked saying, why are you applying for the Selenium role in our company, right? So This question has a very simple and a straightforward way through which you have to answer it. The interviewer expects you to convince them on why you need the job. So talk about how proficient you are in your subject, how well you can handle all the concepts when it comes to automation of testing with especially large amounts of data, variety of data, and how you might have the capabilities of building a rock solid testing pipeline as well. You just have to convince the interviewer by stating a couple of reasons of how you stand apart from the general crowd in terms of applying for their company. They might be a startup company, they might be a mid-sized company, or let's say they can be a huge trillion-dollar company that you're applying for. But then before you step into the interview, make sure to understand the job description in all of its detail. If the human resource actually gave you a call, if the hiring manager actually gave you a call prior to the interview, make sure to ask about job description in detail as well. It always helps if you understand the detail of the company, their motto, what their vision and mission is, and what problem they are trying to solve, and see how you can fit well in their architecture as well, right? So it'll always work in your favor if you can put in an equal amount of work to understand about the company that you're applying for, guys. So make sure to please put in some effort there alongside your actual interview preparation as well. Coming to the 39th question, it states, what is your plan after joining the Selenium testing role? Here, one important thing, even before I tell you how to answer is keep it very.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which method is used to simulate mouse actions in Selenium WebDriver? And your options are perform, click and hold, move to element, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Concise, keep it very clear, because I'm sure you can talk 20 minutes about this particular answer, but then the interviewer might have heard hundreds of answers to this exact question, right? All you're trying to do is you're trying to bring yourself to the table. You're trying to see how well you can present yourself in terms of how simply you can explain what you're trying to do, what your career goals are, and how you plan to fit right into their role, right? Always talk about how you are a team player, and what your interpersonal skills are, and what your skills are to your basic love with data. So you really have to talk about all of that, and then talk about how you plan to better fit yourself into the company first, understand what pipeline and architecture they have, and probably how you can improvise it in the coming days of your employment there as well. So if you answer it this way, right, it definitely has a very rock solid impression that you will create in the mind of the interviewer as well. Now, coming to the last question on these top interview questions set, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process in Selenium? Well, one thing you really do have to notice whenever we talk about certification programs, right? Not only do they add a lot of knowledge to you, not only do they add a lot of value to your life, give you exposure to test cases, give you exposure to learning from experts across the world, give you access to communities and whatnot, right? As a person who's learning it, you are going to win thoroughly with a certification program. But then what the interviewer is concerned with this particular answer that you have to talk about is how well you show in terms of career advancements, right? Let's say you do have certification programs that you have completed in Selenium. What it tries to tell the interviewer is that you have put in a considerable amount of time and effort into learning something either that you have wanted to learn in the past, or either something that you really have as a career goal, or it can be a brand new thing. You can be a Python developer who wants to learn Selenium now. You can be a web developer who wants to work on Selenium now. So in all of those cases, you're trying to showcase yourself as a strong aspirer to learn new things on your own and to upskill yourself as well. So it'll generally portray a picture of you being an effective learner, and that you have the capability to pick up concepts, pick up new things, work on real life projects through these top certification programs, and in fact implement them as well. See, with any IT concept in the world that you can think about is put into place to solve a problem. So in case you're asked this question, right, do talk about it in that approach. Do not talk about what the problem is, talk about how you solved the problem, right? So the same applies for certification as well. Of course, please do state what all certifications you have, how much amount of time, effort and money you have put into learning them in a clear and concise way. But at the end of it, what adds value is when you tell the interviewer how and what what you took away from the program, right? So you would have given real life use cases, industry level projects that you will have to solve in your certification program. Please do talk about that, because that at the end of the day will add value to you as a learner and to the person who's on the other side of your table right now taking your interview as well. So that definitely means a lot to both of you guys. It's a win-win situation, right? So I would like to take this opportunity to wish you guys all the very best for your Selenium interviews. I am sure with these questions you have a clear picture of how you're supposed to attack these questions and how you can answer them in a very clear and a concise way, without it and adding unnecessary points as well. But then make sure to follow all the guidelines in the video, and I'm sure you guys are going to ace all of your interviews.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Selenium Certification training course. Through this course, you'll learn about Selenium RC, deploying Selenium IDE functions and commands, securely, JUnit, TestNG, Eclipse, Object Repository and Maven and much more from industry experts working in the top tier companies. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software testing.